Kevin. Okay. How we doing, everyone? I don't know how much background there was. While I was running that ad, but chaotic morning. Cat, what are you doing? Hello. Hello, 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 hello. Hello, hello, hello. How we doing, Frizz? Conman. El Massimo. Thanks for build crafting streams. I think I've created a monster. Ooh, tell me about it. Hello, IT. If you tried turning it off and on again, I was gonna, but like, that'll take time. So we're just gonna hope my PC runs okay today. It's definitely not happy with the length of streams I've been doing, but I'm happy with the length of streams I've been doing. Redux has been a lot of fun. Redux build crafting's been cool. I've been logging off stream build crafting hours, which is different. How many consecutive weeks has it been on? I restarted it 2 days ago. So does that count as it being off? Like it was off for a full minute 2 days ago. I'm shocked. Listen, I only did it because everything was running poorly. It was my last resort. So we got a couple things. I want to explore the gun build we ended up making late in the stream yesterday. And an interesting thing happened to me while I was using that gun build off stream. Where I did put in the Discord right when this happened in the Wonderlands channel, but I was fighting Dragon Lord, and so like during the phase 2 transition when there's the skeleton hands that are covering him, and then like his immunity wears off before the hands go away, that animation. Well, I shot him with a Catatumbo while he was in that animation, just on a whim, because what the Catatumbo had been doing in the rest of the run. And it knocked him backwards, like he did the stagger backwards animation in midair, and fell off the back of the pyramid and died. I managed to cliff the Dragon Lord. So, I want to see at some point today if we can replicate that, because that would be a hilarious way to farm Dragon Lord, and I'm told he has a pearl in Redux. So, like, it'd be just the ultimate shitpost to me if we got Dragon Lord to drop his pearl where we physically can't get it. I think that would alarm enough people that it'd be good content. Forcing myself to try shit I didn't play in vanilla, struggling to get it to work. Sometimes doing vanilla enhanced stuff can be good as well, Moveface. A couple of builds that I was messing around with. I went and updated my Dreadwind save, my Ghostblade save, and the Clawbringer we made on stream for Redux. I moved around some gear from my bank, and I've got it up and running with Stormdragon's Judgment now. And all three of them just kind of brutalize the game very, very badly. So we'll be rotating between those today. Yeah, I hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing well, Pico, Jester, Reckless Monster. Consider mostly played Stab Up Light Melee. That didn't need enhancing. That's valid. That's valid. You can always try other action skills. The action skill augments are a great way to try new things. He says right before not using an action skill augment, but this is slightly different skill tree wise from vanilla Stormdragon Judgment in that we take an extra point in Stabomancer over here with this Stalker skill, and we also take an extra point in Clawbringer over here rather than an additional point in Awe. Even though Awe is better in Redux than it is in vanilla, it's still really good in vanilla, but even though it's better in Redux, we still end up taking less because Resistance is Futile is another awesome skill. So basically, I've been asked a couple times what I think optimal Stormdragon's Judgment in Redux is. And while there are other class combos, in particular Blight Knight, that being Claw Blight Caller and Hammer Zerker, that being Claw Berserker, those are good combos to get upfront damage out of the hammer. You can get that upfront damage while also having Alchemical Agent, and then Contagion off of Alchemical Agent by just continuing to go Claw Stalker as we do for optimal hammer throwing in the vanilla game. But like it's even stronger than optimal hammer throwing in the vanilla game, which surprises me because crits as a whole were nerfed in Redux, and damage dealing enchants, there's not many that increase your damage. and ring stats got smaller, and armor stats got smaller. All of that stuff got smaller. Amulet stats got smaller. All of that. But we still ended up proportionally stronger. In large part due to just a couple of skills. Just a couple of skills. And this is without, like, perfect gear. This is stuff that I just had. Like, this Stormclaw not having area damage is... How much is area damage even... Okay, so that's just me missing out on a 10% multiplier. That's a 10% fresh multiplier I just don't have. So that'd be a huge chunk that I could additionally have. And then, like, these rings are not quite perfect either. The parts in this tiebreaker are rather shit. This pickaxe could definitely be better as well. Point is, yeah, there's definitely improvements that could be made. But this still ends up being really strong. Morning, Urban Mech. You move more damage into skill tree? Yes, and I think that was good design. The growth versus BL3 Redux and how delicately they balance stuff is phenomenal. That lighter touch we talked about again. The lighter touch really did a lot. Like, it is very high praise coming from someone as picky as me about integrity of build crafting systems. That Wonderland's Redux has good balance, like, in general. And it's because they didn't try to fix stuff that wasn't broken. Like, for example, Blightcaller as a class got almost no changes because it just didn't need changes. Stabomancer got light touch buffs, which was good. Berserker got very few changes as well because it didn't need them. Spore got a lot of changes because it needed a lot of changes. Clawbringer didn't need as many changes as people like to think, but the changes they did make, while they made a large amount of them to Clawbringer, none of them, like, went too far. I just think Redux is very well balanced. Chalk up that miss to the frame drop. Yeah, it's totally the frame drop's fault. Clawbringer, all I wanted was Blastman's favorite change, and I got that. I'm so happy. Yeah, they just took that skill out and made it something worth using in some instances. There we go. Finally got the crit. Bad RNG for a bit there. Any advice on leveling Chaos? I'm on Chaos 4 right now. It feels like I do 0 damage. Can't kill anything. What are you trying to use to deal damage? I can say that something that will make your leveling process a lot easier is if you use something that is independent of your gear to do, like, an amount of damage. Like, for example, building around an action skill that doesn't look at, say, your melee weapon. So, Ghostblade's quality is going to depend on how good your melee weapon is, but if you use Stormdragon's Judgment or Cleansing Flames, those have fixed damage values that you can still pump up with gear. So these are a lot easier to push. Doing Hammerzerger, Storm Smite, Stormdragon Judgment, now doing Dire Sack Reaver. So Dire Sack Reaver is going to, like, mob really quickly, but your bossing is going to be very difficult. Like, that's still something we're figuring out. You can mob extremely quickly. Seriously, one of the fastest things. But your single target definitely needs assistance. For a Hammerzerker with Storm Smite, make sure you have resistance that's futile, and armor with as much awe as possible also helps you. And then it's going to be a lot of gear. I wish that Cape of Tides was better. I would actually use that. Mobbing's feeling a bit odd. Like, the Spore enemies just don't die. I'll dump like 4 dire sacks, not even 50% life is done. What shields, what ward are you using currently? Doing Curse Wit now, I can't recall what I've got. Okay, so the biggest thing with Dire Sacrifice is you need something, if you're doing Bereaver Dire Sacrifice, you need something with as much capacity as possible. The biggest thing I've found personally so far is a Mace Wardu with a turtle and a capacity part is like 7 point something, which, because of how unarmored defense works, a really big shield makes you a really big health bar. The biggest boost to Dire Sacrifice is just having more HP. And your shield slot is gonna do the most for that. That's like priority 1. Cursed Wit is good at boosting damage in general, but it's a damage type that Berserker already has in Tree from the old ways. And it's not gonna give you much in terms of like raw Dire Sac damage. I just started Cyberpunk, now Redux is looking super tempting. Yeah, I just started a Cyberpunk playthrough as well, Urban Mech, and I've been neglecting it, because now I've also been playing Redux off-stream. It's tough to, manage to do both. Big hit there. Look at that. That was beautiful. That's without soaked applied too. Only got 1 crit on that cycle. I should have just used a delusion there. That's okay. Demon Blight totally would have made that a 1 throw, but that's okay. Hey Pupty, how you doing? Good to see ya. This is also the most I've used Tidebreaker in a while. I tend to, like, the builder in me doesn't like Tidebreaker because of how sort of like free Twist Delusion for Soaked is. It's just a quick weapon swap, but like this applies to multiple targets in a short time frame, and it lets me just turn my brain off and not juggle weapon swaps. It's just easier. Like, part of me really wants to use a Frost Empowering Sigil. Or Mo damage. Because then we'd get the freeze mult. Hey Swin, how are you? Started some work last night. Art block from Stress was Fox, starting that stuff later for you. Ooh. Very excited for that. But yeah, no, I feel you on blocks. It's ugh. I guess that's part of why I'm latching so hard onto Redux. It's just like it's a real good injection of motivation. I've also got some other stuff I plan on doing. There's a you might have seen a couple of other people from like the land sphere playing a particular new game. I might do a stream of that this week as well. Adaptive last cast, that's good. Am I doing? I'm doing okay. Doing okay. I woke up, everything hurt today. So like that was fun. For no real reason, it's just one of those, hey, body pain type situations. But you know, that's just something that happens some days. Tried turning you on and off. You know, I did attempt that, but when I turned me back on, the pain was there, so it didn't quite work. It's a good suggestion though. Just occurred to me that called shot armors might actually be pretty cool in this mod. That's fun. It's a fusion with 2 haste. I guess fusion would be triggering pretty often off of Alchemical Agent, right? Stabo Burr, you could do like Ghostblade with this. Okay. It sold me. I would take this Mosquito, but the substats are bad. How do only 10 Chaos Chamber levels change things? It's faster to get to maximum difficulty. Now, I still maintain that having a progression curve is important, and the progression up to Chaos 100 is also good for getting gear in the process, but like you can have that with going to 10. Pro lessons unlock at 8, and what Chaos level you get items on does not matter. Since Chaos levels aren't a thing, we don't have Mayhem or OP levels on gear. So, like, you can gear at whichever Chaos level you want. I think that's a pretty big strength. It's like BL3 before Mayhem 2.0. You could just get gear wherever, however. So that's good. I will say Chaos 10 feels way easier than, like, high Chaos levels in vanilla. With, like, the closer you get to peak of player power, the easier it feels. And it's much easier to get close to that peak of player power. As someone who plays a lot of non-gun stuff, I don't necessarily love that. But if you're a player who does more, like, gun stuff and maybe wants to make some of the things that just weren't strong enough to be good in vanilla, like maybe class feat companions could do something in Redux, that kind of thing, then like, yeah, it's good. Or Primordial Chaotic, correct. Like, you can see some of the gear I have on still has the tag for it, but it says inactive. Just the stats from it aren't on. Like, that capacity 4020 is the same as a non-chaos tiered body rune, etc., etc. So any of the stuff you see that I'm using that has chaos tiers on it just means that I got it in the vanilla game and I had it in my storage before I started playing Redux. Good baseline boss for damage. Depends on what kind of damage you're doing. Like what your build archetype is. Parasite has a large amount of HP relative to a lot of the other bosses and is fairly mechanically simple. So like, Parasite's not the worst testing dummy, even though there's a weird behavior if you're using something that involves crossbolts. But like, Parasite's not the worst. Body pain's the shittiest, especially waking up with it. It makes it miserable to get out of bed. Hope as the day goes on and get a bit easier as you move around, get some food in soon, TM. Yeah. I'm optimistic. I like that you can gear outside of Chaos, and Chaos just makes it more efficient. I think that maybe the bunnies are a little too weak in the mod for my tastes. Like, it's not that they're not still useful for narrowing down the targets of like what kind of gear you want to get. But the thing is, I've noticed that on an extended run with all curses, all elites, not hitting the switches, so maybe I should do that. You still only get 2 bunny pulls, 2 fully charged bunny pulls. And that's just way less. Like, there's nothing I would say that comes from an enemy without an immune phase that's not more efficient to just go to the source. And for some people, they like that. But one of the appeals of bunnies is gearing multiple setups at the same time. For players who like acquiring gear and builds that way. And I don't think you necessarily need to gut that, because they did improve Dedi farming as well. Like, you could just improve Dedi farming. You don't also need to weaken bunnies for that value to be seen, if that makes sense. That's just my opinion on it. Is that because the skills are much more balanced than a vanilla? Enemies are weaker move face. They just have less HP. Like, enemy HP at Chaos 10 is plus 800%. Enemy HP at Chaos 100 in vanilla is like 1800%. It's like 1000% more outside of the mod. Any changes to cooling in Redux? Haven't really looked at it. It seems the same. You know, I have this level 27 one that I keep forgetting is only level 27, and I occasionally shoot enemies to death with it at Chaos 10 level 40, so it's like fine. Morning, Ember. How you doing? Morning, Mr. Madness. Hey, newbie. How are you? Favorite bands released a new song early through Sirius, so I got a free trial to listen. Shit fucking slaps. Ooh, let's go. Love to hear it. And a lot of my quick chaos runs would get only 1 full pull, sometimes not even, so that made me very sad. Bunnies just feel pretty inefficient. It's like you play a Chaos Chamber to play the game more now than you play it for, like, getting gear, which is fine, because that's how a lot of people treated, say, takedowns in BL3. But I do think that crystal rates could stand to go up in the mod in a future version, maybe. Because not getting 1 fully charged bunny pull just kind of feels bad. And like, that's on a build like this where I can do 4-minute chamber runs pretty consistently without paying attention to what's on my screen. Like 4 minutes to not get a full bunny pull, whereas I could spend that exact amount of time and go kill a Dedi farm enemy like 25 times because you can spawn 5 copies at once. It's not really even close. Like, I even get more world drops from doing that Dedi farming than I do from the bunnies. I went and tried to farm for a big ounce from Source for like an hour and a half last night. Didn't get a single one, but the amount of world drops I got in that time was more than, like, if I'd spent the same time just bunny farming. And I don't like how that lines up, personally. Let me save quit so I don't have chaos bug. TLDR, TLDL, I guess in this case, of all that is, I don't think you need to make bunnies bad to make Dedi farming good, because you made Dedi farming good, so you don't need bunnies to be bad. Been in like 5 or 6 hours of Nightmare, haven't gotten the fusion I want. Just 1 in awe is fine, but I've yet to even see a Claw of Light. Yeah, that's bound to happen. It ultimately still is dedicated farming. Beartooth. The song is called Sunshine, officially released on YouTube tonight at midnight. I recommend checking them out. Cool, good to know. The non-armor drops are alright, just sucks on armor with how many variables they have. I'm finding that it's a little annoying on melee weapons too. Because variable elements, variable hilts. Like the part variation on certain melee weapons isn't too bad. Like a Banshee, you only have a couple configurations. But something like a pickaxe, you have a lot. Blight can't appear on the new class mods for now, sorry. Ooh, good to know. Thank you, Dr. Seven. And something like getting any particular pickaxe is really rough. Because you still have the big swing in crit stats and swing speed. And then you have the different hilt mods, and you have the elements. Like, I don't have an elemental pickaxe right now. It doesn't strictly need to be, it's just... I can't justify swinging my weapon that much. Since this is an elemental. Also, hi, Dr. Seven. How you doing? Well, how are you? Body pain and need more caffeine. Other than that, vibing, enjoying. I set up a couple action skill oriented builds to be Redux friendly off stream yesterday. Just gonna spend a lot of time rotating through that today. Also, I killed Dragon Lord by knocking him off the pyramid last night, so I want to pearl farm like that today, because I think it'd be funny. More chumps. Have I done red mort on this save? Been a minute, remind me what the go-to hilt mods are. For peak damage for melee, you're looking at Warrior or Caustic. Obviously Caustic is, you know, only in the conversation if you're using Alchemical Agent. Or Spirit Storm. Warrior or Caustic would be peak damage. Ancient is good if you're doing a setup like what I'm doing right now. Where your action skill is a huge component. So like for Storm Dragon's Judgment, Cleansing Flames, Ghostblade, Dreadwind, Ancient's really good. Vampire is nice for, like, if you're doing pure melee. Especially when you're fighting stuff like Drill. And Echo can be good if you're applying enough dots. That sounds hilarious. What, the Dragon Lord thing? Basically, Tenor, the ones to avoid. Amp does nothing for you. Rampage is incredibly low value because of how easy it is to get melee crit chance. Just, like, avoid those two. And Archmage is just kind of meh. So I guess avoid those three. Yeah, so what happened is he was in the transition to phase 2, like he had the skeleton hands covering him. So I shot him with a Catatumbo and it staggered him while he was still in the air, so he did the back step animation that happens if you like hit him in the head with a melee weapon in phase 1. He did that in midair and then fell off the back of the pyramid and died. Skipped 2 phases. Well, I want to see if we can replicate that on that gun build later today. Area damage, ability damage, melee crit chance on a Cape of Tides with Claw Power Primary. That's pretty good. It's pretty good. Getting back in the melee groove. Yeah. Storm Dragon's Judgment is incredibly powerful. Really enjoying what Resistance is Futile and Stalker add to that. It's like, this class combo is now even more interesting because there's stuff I wish I could take. Like, obviously, more Awe would be amazing. Indomitable is a fantastic safety net. And then over in Stab Out, 1000 Cuts and Sneak Attack both getting buffed means they're both, like, super valuable. I just can't justify getting them because of how important these 4 skills are. Excuse me. Is Bullseye worth taking now? Situational, yes. Bullseye is a lot better now. It still doesn't make a huge overall impact on how frequently your guns crit, but it's good. Blight, Stabbo, Brutal Stampede. I feel like I should take this, but I don't know. No, the skills aren't. If this had something that boosted, like, totems more, because it's got the ability damage down there. I think it's too confused about what it wants to do. We'll leave that. Damn, Bronco. Is that a thing? Is that what I had in here? No. And Bronco sounds funny. It's nice having Stabbo have competitive options. The whole thing is Stabbo was already like competitive just because of the core skills, but now it's just like the non-core skills are also good. Like Stabbo already was very frequently optimal because of this right side. And then if you're doing swinging your melee weapon, haste was also great. So it was like these 5 skills was most of Stabbo's value. And then on some other melee archetypes, if you needed a way to deal range damage versus things like Imelda or Bernadette, then Executioner's Blade. So you had like 6 skills that made up most of the value of Stabbo. But now that 1000 Cuts is like way bigger, it's legitimately good. Stalker is a really good skill. Sneak Attack getting movement speed on top of the crit damage makes it also very good. So like there's 3 additional skills that are very noteworthy in Stabbo tree now. Does a lot for the tree as a whole. Competitive within its own tree? Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. Let's do some Ghostblade. Stabbo has the left side of the tree now? Yeah, imagine that. Last night I decided to look at how quickly I can make shield recharge. Did some math on it. Found I can make the recharge delay on the Bronco Buster around 10th of a second. Ah, that's where the Bronco thing came in. All funny. I personally see no practical use for any of this. There's a Clawbringer skill that gives you cooldown based on how full your shield is. It's not much, but it's a thing. And then there's a Blight Caller skill that gives you global damage based on how full your shield is. Like, those are uses of that. I do have a base game Cleansing Flames build, or not base game, a vanilla Cleansing Flames build that uses Bronco because it's fun and marginally helps the cooldown. It's like it's not useless tech. Thousand cuts 10% per point, significant buff. Yeah, it's legitimately a good skill now, Butter. It's pretty good. Okay, so Ghostblade time. We do use the augment for Ghostblade. And this augment might be overpowered. I'm gonna I'm keeping a buck with you guys. Slasher might need to be looked at. I'm sorry to be that guy. I'm sorry. I know it's not against bosses, but Slasher is kind of stupid. Give you an example. Pigwort insta dies. Now you can already do that with a bunch of things, but Pigwort insta dies while he's sitting there in his immunity phases, so he insta dies while not being able to respond, and you don't need much damage to do that. 4% of what? I think it's 4% of damage dealt directly to the health bar. So like 4% of what you do, except it just goes to the health. Kill Dragonlord with that. It doesn't work on bosses. See, it says damage caused by Ghostblade inflicts bleed to all non-boss enemies. Yeah. Pigwort ain't a boss, even though it may as well be. Double dipping dot. It doesn't get status effect damage. So that mitigates a little bit, but it's really strong in mobs. You'll see in a minute. That brings the question to you, Quag. Should I look for a claw stab for awe roll or just roll to clobber or 3 and fire? Awe is really valuable, Swin. I think I'd look for that personally. Setup requires 2 item slots to work, only remotely practical on Berserker. Any potential value you get from this would immediately be outclassed by damage or cooldown passives. Fair enough. But yeah, this is Blade Caller, Ghost Blade. This also works as Claw Stalker. It's just I like Blade Caller for the movement speed and the tankiness. Yeah, we'll do some boss runs. Hopefully you get Pigwort. People have been telling me left and right augments need to be free. I don't personally want them to be, because I like that it makes for even more meaningful choice making. Like, if you're gonna use an action skill, it really pushes you towards maxing that tree so you have the augment available, but sometimes it's optimal to not. Like with the Storm Dragon Judgment build I was just doing, it's optimal to take Alchemical Agent in the other tree, which means you don't get the augment. So like if you get the augment on that, it's just taking one of the strongest things you can do in the game and making it stronger for no reason. I like that you have to choose. Like if you want upfront hammer damage, it's better to max out your claw tree. If you want more overall damage, but you have to wait a little bit for the dot, then you can't get the augment. I like it. Choice making. Otherwise, you'd end up with situations where every Clawbringer build is able to take its augment, despite the fact that most of them aren't going to max their own tree. And then you'd have stuff like Dreadwind builds getting their augment and getting Alchemical Agent, which would not be okay. We'll do a few rounds of Ghostblade, then we'll switch to Dreadwind, and I'll show why that won't be okay. But, like, that would not be... People feel they're locked into, which is kind of the point, but they don't like it. Well, people don't like lots of things that still need to be things. Like, having it cost a skill point is good game design. It's as simple as that. Even if it's free though, it should be half to max tree. Like, I guess that's a compromise where if you unlock that last tier, then sure. Like, I still think you should have to have this capstone for it to unlock. At the very least. But I like that it's an additional point. Like, you unlock this and then you don't need to buy the capstone, you can just get the augment. I think the way it works now is perfect, personally. Ambi-Hex augment would be stupid if it was free. Yeah, that'd be insane. I want a free Lamborghini Aventador, but doesn't mean I get one. Yeah, well put, Irish. Take another stab at melee hammer berserker for Redux. You think I should get an armor with awe? Focuses on Dreadwind. Yeah. Yeah, you could do something like get an awe armor and then use a like assault and battery or a big ounce, which don't have good crit chance, but awe mitigates that. Big ounce has the highest base damage I've seen of a melee weapon in Redux. It's like 25% stronger than a Banshee, which is huge. It just doesn't crit as well as the Banshee. Just a taste to be in a game dev. Someone will complain about everything. Yeah. I mean, LANs fans and having to make meaningful choices in their build crafting and gameplay don't mesh well, as I'm sure the Redux dev team is having to field comments from that sphere. Hey, Control, how are you? But yeah, the point is, augments costing a skill point is just kind of how it needs to be. So, if you look closely at these enemies, sometimes bleed is killing them faster than alchemical agent can. Which is like... Huh? Hey, Mr. Arson, how you doing? Hey, Arctic Ninja, how are you? Actually talking about this with my boyfriend yesterday, build games are all about give and take. Yeah, as soon as you take away the give and take aspect, it's no longer build crafting, because, like, if you can have everything at once, you're not making a build, you're just having your full kit. It's like how, Metroid games aren't build crafting games because you're slowly acquiring your entire kit. You don't have a build, you just don't have everything yet, and then one day eventually you do. It's not build crafting, it's just acquiring everything. That's a totally different genre. If you don't have to make choices, you're not making builds. That sentence fucking sucks. Can I get financial compensation for hearing it? That's just Ghostblade doing its thing. No bleed shenanigans there, because bleed is not on bosses. But like, to bleed might be a problem. I really want to get Pigwort so I can illustrate this. Maybe we go to the actual Pigwort obelisk to make this happen. Augments give you too much to be free. Yeah. Like, if you could get this for free, then you could run Blood of the Fallen with Slasher, and it's functionally like having Alchemical Agent and Blood of the Fallen against mobs. Obviously against bosses, you don't have it, but and that's like way too strong. Like, any of the melee action skills being able to get their augment without giving up the Sabomancer tree, or in the case of Ghostblade, the opposing tree, it's a problem. It's too much. And then with Ambi-Hex augment, as others have mentioned, that would be too much. Probably be too much for Feral Surge as well. Come on, Exy Blade, where are you? There we go. I didn't position the Ghost Blade properly. Want to play the mod, don't have other DLCs, fully enjoy it, which sucks. They go on sale pretty often, Grim. Maybe you'll luck out. There's been a lot of engagement around the game, so like, I don't know what makes them decide when to put stuff on sale, but considering it's a popular topic right now, maybe a sale is sooner rather than later. I will say that even without the Redux mod, at the very least, the DLC that includes Blightcaller is absolutely worth your time. If you don't have that one yet. Imagine how much getting 2 capstones would kill build diversity. It would cut the number of builds in half at least. Absolutely. Okay, you see how this Undead Oathbreaker... See how the health bar is going down, like, before the armor? So I have my alchemical agent dots eating at the top layers, while bleed is at the bottom layers. So sometimes, you just get bleed winning that race. But other times, it's... by the time the top bar of an enemy's protection is gone, there's only like 25% of their health left. And we have this skill here, this new skill, Stalker. Fatemaker deals increased damage based on missing health of the enemy they attack, up to 50%. So like Bleed gives you Stalker faster, effectively. Like depending on how it works, if it's like if it's based on total health, including all bars, then it still functionally gives you that faster because you're doing more damage. But even if it's not, then you're getting it even faster. Because if it goes off the health bar is going down way sooner than it normally would. So no matter how it works, Ghostblade Augment gets you Stalker so much faster. Said I can't enjoy the mod to the fullest, the red drops and stuff. Yeah, it's one of those situations, Grim, where like the mod creators, they would have been limited with what they could do if they hadn't included DLC stuff. Like it would have felt comparatively bare bones. And who knows what items and stuff just pull from multiple areas of the game. It makes sense why the way it is, and for like not getting cease and desist letter reasons, they can't really do much about, you know, paywalls. Still a fan mod. Chaotic Grade is on sale right now. Cool. How much melee damage you stacked on this? Running dot rings. I have a melee championship ring, so 15% there. You know, get another 7.5 when damaging a boss, and I have a second copy of that, so 45% from my rings, and then 25% from my gun. And that's it. That's all my melee damage. Oh, myth rank, whatever I get from that in the mod. Not even that much. Yeah, it's just formula. Application of formula. We get a ton of elemental damage from being a Blight Caller, because class feat. We've got the crossbolts, the melee crossbolts mult. We've got soaked. Odd coincidence, Chaotic Great Edition went on sale when this mod release. Like I said, I can't claim to know what drives when they put these games on sale, but Wonderlands and Borderlands 3 go on sale extremely often, even before Redux and stuff. They just go on sale very frequently. How you doing, Onyx? Hope you're well. The sniper crit damage bonus. I see the damage formula. Don't know what value it relates to. Snipers innately have a separate multiplier in their crit formula. Is it 20%? 20%? Brain no worky. Stone Spawner sees or someone knows offhand. But all snipers just have... It is 20? Cool. All snipers have innately that separate multiplier to their crit. Jacobs and Hyperion... or their equivalents in Wonderlands, also have their own innate multiplier separate from that. The Jacobs one being bigger than the other one. So that's why you'll see people particularly going for holding Jacobs and Hyperion sniper rifles for crit stat sticks. Finally caved in, bought it yesterday. I've been playing in between work assignments, having fun so far. I can't wait to get to end game, play around with builds. Build crafting in this game is just so... It's fun. It's just fun. Like, seeing a cool item or skill and then putting together, like, with the whole force of everything you've learned while playing the game. It's just, it's a very rewarding feeling. Send a vid on Discord, Parasite kill my gun build. I'm fairly confident tapping over to Discord as like a 5% chance of crashing OBS, so I try to avoid it. Especially on days where my stream's not running well. But I will check it later. My computer's not been running well lately. I have to do like a 12-step interpretive dance to get it to run these days. Time to go Goodwill, get a throw together PC. It's one of those things where I just need to actually click the button. It's like, I can do it. I can upgrade, but it's like, I don't like spending that much money at once. It's the problem. It's been a lot of copium of like, yeah, GPU prices will go down. They'll totally go down. They don't go down. They don't ever go down. Okay, yeah, Death Rattler's health bar got to about 60% before the armor was done. Ghostblade Augment is so strong. Dingle Dangle do anything? No. Unless Redux added an effect. No. PC's prices are horrible currently, though GPU prices are declining slowly with low demand. Decline faster, damn it. Yeah, my melee weapon is Shock. So my Ghost Blade's doing shock damage. Celissa resists that. Just like to point that out. Resisted damage. Melee action skills are really crazy in Wonderlands. All of them. Storm Dragon's Judgment, Cleansing Flames, Ghost Blade, Dreadwind. All 4 of them are just crazy. Ah, Pigwort. Bleed killed him. Didn't even go through all his phases. And that was with me standing still, because I forgot that I need to run for Swift Death. But I have 1,000 cuts, so it's fine. I guess standing still means I get the Spirit Rune effect. Tags Pigwort as a boss? Unironically, yes. Like, that's the solution here. No, you're trolling? I'm not. You should do that. Because in vanilla game, Pigwort is like relative to bosses. Pigwort and Freezicles are the only obelisk bosses that actually feel like bosses in vanilla after all the, you know, reduction of boss strength due to fan feedback. Yeah, Pigwort is harder than most bosses. Just give him a boss tag. Pigwort and Freezicles. Boss tag, done. That's simple. You still have Bleed be very, very strong against most things in the game. Still maybe too strong. But, like, not memeing the only 2 obelisk bosses that threaten the player would be a big step towards a more balanced Bleed. Not that it needs to necessarily be more balanced, but just, that's my take. Okay, here's what I meant earlier when I was talking about pickaxe. Like, this is an okay pickaxe. 18% crit is fine. 140 crit damage is also fine. I don't care much about the swing speed currently because I'm more focused on the crit stats. But it's another non-Ellie and it has Echo. Like, for this particular build, if it's not lightning or cryo, I just kind of don't want to use it. And Echo is among the less useful hilts for this. I'm kind of worried about when I get the Twin Soul replacement. Does that have fixed hilts? Because if it doesn't, pain. Oh, max crit chance and damage. More than damage for pickaxe. So the thing with pickaxe is it depends on which action skill you're using. If you're using Storm Dragon's Judgment, you want max crit stats because the swing speed and the damage don't matter, and the element. You only need to worry about the crit stats for Storm Dragon's Judgment. But for Ghostblade, every stat matters. Element, damage, speed, crit chance, crit damage. You need to juggle all 5 of them for Ghostblade, so it makes it a little harder to gear for. Generally, the crit stats will be... The element will be most important, followed by the crit stats, followed by damage, followed by swing speed. You can get away with a lower swing speed weapon, but the worst pickaxe will be, swing speed wise, is average. But you can get very good crit stats while having the others still be decent. Like, the damage is low relative to other weapons, but because everything else is so good. Compare this to, like, Rage Handle. Rage Handle has good crit chance, but that's about the only thing it has that's good. That's the only thing it has that's good. Mr. Adblock, how you doing? Does pickaxe have the best crit stats for melee in the game? Yes. The second best would be a Great Axe because it can have 160 or 170 crit damage, which is higher than Pickaxe. It just has less swing speed and less crit chance, but still has a good amount of everything. Great Axe is another good, solid one. Comma's a good one, but it is Pickaxe can get comma stats, so comma is just what to go for if you're not able to get a good pickaxe. But Great Axe and Pickaxe are like the ideal melee stat sticks for having a good spread. If you want raw crit damage, it's Salt and Battery. If you want raw crit chance, it's still Pickaxe. If you want raw swing speed, then in vanilla it's Twin Soul. In Redux, it's probably Twin Soul Replacement. Raw damage in vanilla is Banshee. In Redux, it's Big Ounce. Yeah. Hey, Kat. How you doing? Good to see you. Is this particular Redux beginner friendly? Yes. Yes. So, I think that Wonderland's Redux' biggest strength, and this is what I've been telling people, is that it still feels like Wonderlands. Like, unlike other overall mods, including BO3 Redux, which just kind of starts feeling like its own thing, this still feels like Wonderlands. It still does well the things that Wonderlands does well. It doesn't try to fix what isn't broken in that department. I like this mod precisely because I like Wonderlands. Definitely want to try it, but I want to do it separate from my main vanilla because I put so many hours into it. Make sure you back up your saves and stuff, because you can like lose items if you go back and forth between vanilla and Redux. But yeah, I made a new character first, and then I went back and started using other saves. And turn off Cloud Sync, yes. I just recommend turning off Cloud Sync in general. Always pretend my character got gifted the pickaxe from the goblins for saving them from Vorkanar. That's some good RP. I like that. Okay, that's a little bit of Ghostblade. Let's do a little bit of Dreadwind. A little bit of Dreadwind. Hey, Jamlot. Any pearls drop yet? Not yet. We have not gone to directly farm for them yet today. I plan on doing some attempts at pearl farm and Dragon Lord, I think. Blizzard usable in Redux? I haven't tried it yet, but it's definitely been buffed. Blizzard is literally less effective than punching in the vanilla game. Like, unequipping your melee weapon and going up to enemies and punching them is stronger than Blizzard in vanilla. So it has to be better in Redux. If I get another Wonderlands on Steam and get it for that, Redux Effect the Epic one. If you have it as a separate install, then no, you should still be able to just run both independently of each other, I guess. Because like they have different save folders and stuff too. You might... It should just work. Huh. Blizzard Augment feels nice to use. That's good. Never modded at all. Sorry, your question sounds silly. No, it's not silly at all. Yeah, CZ is one of the Redux creators. And if he says as long as it's a different install folder, you'll be fine, you'll be fine. If you meant in general, Pearl-wise, Jamlot, I have gotten one, but today, no. In general, yeah, I have gotten one. That's this one. New featured. Twin Soul Replacement can roll in multiple elements. So, maybe we should farm that. Where is the enemy that drops that? Shattergrave? Okay. Twin Soul's Nightmare? Not talking about Twin Soul. Talking about the item that yeeted Twin Soul's existence. Event in general, miss you finding that one. Yeah, I actually got that one off stream. So it happened accidentally. I was going to Ribula for a Cursed Wit. And on run 3 I got that pearl. I never got the Cursed Wit I was after. But I got that. So I was like, oh, okay. Love respawning enemies with money. Yeah, it's a cool feature. This place for all the top pearl farming? Yes. Yes. How you doing, Jaybridge? Yeah, we're gonna try to replicate the Dragon Lord meme strat once I get tired of spinning to win. So I've been doing all of the melee action skills except Cleansing Flames because I just don't have a save setup for that at the moment. Back to back. And this does help kind of underscore the fact that if you could get augments for free, these already top tier things would be monstrously busted. Like, I don't have Dreadwind Augment right now. If I could get Dreadwind Augment without going down this far, then I would have functionally infinite Dreadwind duration while having even more damage. In 2 areas of my formula, because I'm running Amnesia, so movement speed is a global damage, and then more melee damage as well. Like, I'd have that while having Alchemical Agent dots and Executioner's Blade. It just wouldn't be okay. It just wouldn't be. Like, does it look like I need more damage right now? Some things in Redux that I want to have lifted from it and turned it into independent mods. That's a good sign of the mod doing what the creators want. Just good features as a whole. And it's kind of hard to see yourself playing the game without. Yeah, like the red X's instead of the crit indicator. That's something that it'll be so hard to go back to not having. The color-coded skill trees. The movement, of course. As long as the community's having fun, that's all that matters. Yeah, for sure. For sure. $1.4K in vanilla. Yeah, I have, about 1,700 in vanilla, 1,800 if you include pre-launch stuff, and like the review copy of the game and the Mount Pra beta stuff. But like, since Redux has been out, I've put in another Something crazy hours-wise. Like, legitimately, it's been like another 50 hours or something since Redux is out. Dex, thank you for the 29 months. I appreciate it. I don't know about Vine, but I'm feeling 29. I'm gonna steal that. That'll be my next birthday. Double jumping during Dreadwind is also the funniest shit. Double jump up here? No? That's okay. The moment I still haven't really gotten to the point of playing Wonderlands, feel like I need to get modded content for the QoL changes or something I super want. Like, the thing about Redux is it doesn't take away anything. Like, a couple items have been replaced. But it doesn't take away stuff. It sort of adds on. So it doesn't really feel like a conversion of the game as much as it feels more like a expansion to the game. Like, there's a couple items that I do miss. Like, there's no mechanics that are gone, really. Nice one, Solissa. Low-key kind of miss Chaos 100. I do think that Chaos 10 isn't difficult enough, for being honest. It's kinda easy. But I'm obviously in the minority there. I was on the fence till now. I wasn't sure how I felt about it, seeing the last few days, hearing how you feel. I'm in. Yeah, we pretty much share a brain cell when it comes to this kind of stuff, Kat. We have like the exact same tastes in just these games. So I have a feeling you'll love it as much as I do. It's not my issue with that. I have no issues with the mods. Don't feel like I need more content on top of vanilla right now. Oh yeah, I totally get it. It can feel overwhelming to just inject a bunch of stuff like that. Nah, I get you. I get you. Actually, Blaze still have internal cooldown? That's a good question. I don't know. It still says short delay on there, but I think it's instant in the mod. I don't know if it still has an ICD or not. Ooh, that's a 170 Great Axe. With Storm Dragon Judgment enchant. I'll pick that up. It doesn't have an element, which is sad, and Echo's not great. Ancient Big Ounce. I need one of these in, like... Does this roll in Cryo? I've only seen Poison and Non-Ellie? I can think of. Right? Yeah. Does roll in cryo? Cool. Thank you. Inside, appreciate you. Yeah. And I appreciate you and the Redux team for doing this. This is cool shit. Really enjoying myself. No, Mr. Adblock. No, stop it. Bad. I should save quit. Remove keybind W. I'd be more willing to do that. Now that is not an invitation, because I'm not going to do it right now. But America looks sick. I'm glad you like. 3 pearls today? Nice, congrats. Considered a swap keybind redeem? Last time someone did remove keybind, they like phrased it as a swap and I did it, and it was kind of fun. Swapped photo mode and jump at the request of Arctic Ninja, and it was toxic. I think it made for good content. Just let me bang, bro. What a Delaware, maybe a New Jersey, I don't know, but I'll ask and let you know. Never change, Ken. Always coming in with the top quality jokes. So we got a 19130 pickaxe here. That's I think that's the ideal spread of crit chance and attack speed that you can get. Because like 1.9 pickaxe is 1 crit chance roll down, I believe. But it's also non-Ellie. You do more with Dreadwind? Yeah, Dreadwind is awesome. All the melee action skills go crazy hard. Ooh, Cryo Old God. Yes, please. Better to get all damage from Flawless Edge or Armor. I'm not sure how much Flawless will be active. Sport Blake on build. Why not both? I'd say get both if you can. And Aluric, get cleaned up for the day. Thank you for all the info, leaving you up. I appreciate you, Cat. Hope you have a good day. Pearls are low-key still way easier farms than the exact amulet you want. Of course. Of course, there's... It's gonna be like that. This is the nature of the beast. Love the photo mode dash switch the other day. Like an out-of-body I fucked up moment. Glad you enjoyed that. Like, getting any specific armor is harder than getting any pearl. Just without a doubt. Now, if there's a pearl that has, like, enough item variance, that's probably going to be one of the hardest. Pearls are probably less impactful than the amulet. Well, generally they are, because most of them are guns, right? And guns are among the least important slots in this game, period. Even on gun builds. Just how the game works. As for the non-gun pearls, like, this one feels nice. I wouldn't say it's super impactful on my build. This one feels nice. The other pearl shield, I saw Moxie using it, and the value of it wasn't immediately apparent. I think that one needs a microscope put over it, theory crafting wise. Figure out what it's supposed to do. Unless Pearl Amulet. Armor's at least easier to get than before now. The amulet's the same as ever. I like that they took steps to make rings, amulets, armor less pain. That's nice. But, you know, it's still the same game. So, to a degree, the problem's just gonna be there. The list of pros yet? I believe PUBG has a spreadsheet going. With lots of Redux information. Game changing we should farm for. Well, the thing with that Jamlot is like pearls are never gonna be that. Cause like if you have something super game changing in a pearl slot, then people are gonna feel like they can't play until they have it, and then they're gonna feel like their gameplay is gated behind a chase. So I don't necessarily think pearls need to be that good. Like as long as everyone accepts that they're just trophies more than anything, then it's good. I'm sure there's some pearl effects that are super valuable, but like overall, you're still gonna get more value out of other rarities. Like, unless there's a functional upgrade from the Tootherator, Tootherator's gonna be the best at what it does, for example. Drill, your hitboxes are nightmarish, sir. Pearls are the perfect place to have 100% locked parts. Agree. Swapping with a debuff. Yeah, I think I saw a brief bit of that. And the thing with that is because that's different from Tootherator, in an ideal use case, you just use both. If you can have enough swap speed to use both, you just use both. Which means Tootherator isn't replaced, it's accompanied. This is the skill tree. Onyx. Unchanged from vanilla for Dreadwind. Actually completely unchanged. Because Executioner's Blade is still necessary for dealing with enemies outside of Dreadwind range. And we can't get the augment there. So. But I think that's good. I think if Alchemical Agent Dreadwind could get the augment, it would be in need of attention. See, this is why Blade is goated in Tootherator. What is my accuracy there? Why was it going... That was weird. Only need to land a couple ticks. Those hitboxes are pain. Sawmill unironically fun to play the angles. I was never able to verify if Sawmill even triggers play the angles, because like Sawmill has innate ricochets. And some projectiles just don't. I have no idea if it does or not. I got 2 ticks. I'm just gonna actually melee you, Dro. You're annoying. Goodbye. I accept cosmetic changes, stat changes, no. Yeah. Another poison big ounce. This one's lower damage. Must be higher swing speed. No, it's not. 1990. $1900. 1.47. 1.47. Why is the one I have just arbitrarily worse? Am I missing something? Why does one of these just have 90 more damage than the other? It's so weird. It's such a weird amount. Any ideas? Thank you, Contagion. Maybe health affecting something it shouldn't. Could be that. The only visible difference we had there was the anointment, sorry, enchantment, and the hilt mod. The only visible one, anyway. They don't let you properly see parts of melee weapons in this game in the inspect. It's unfortunate. So we're going to use Exeblade to take the internal cooldown. The internal cooldown is one of the very few things keeping Exeblade balanced. Speaking of why we have Exeblade. It's balanced. Like I said, it's one of the only things keeping it from being more problematic. Like, it still requires maxing Stabbo tree, which in vanilla, you sink a lot of dead points to do. In Redux, no. It's just a good tree start to finish. But, like, the internal cooldown is one of the very few limiting factors, put it that way. Does Redux stop Imelda teleporting every 2 seconds? I have not had an Imelda fight last long enough in Redux to confirm or deny that. So yeah, thanks for testing. Nightbot's got it right. Wish but I'm on console. Simply get more money, purchase a PC, buy the game again, and get Redux. What, do you not have money? Just spend $6,000 on a PC and then buy the game. Like, I don't understand. This generation. Hmm. He's gonna tell me you can't afford to own property either. Why are you not buying diamonds and houses? Why don't you have 24 kids? Let's do some Ghostblade versus raid bosses, and then we'll do gun build, Dragon Lord thing. Not having money in this economy?
That's too good for you.
I need to memorize the spot that this thing appears. Where is it? It's here. Back in my day, we lived in diamond-encrusted PCs. Just do that. Just pull yourself up by your diamond-encrusted bootstraps. It's not hard. Reminds me of my boss saying everyone who didn't save their unemployment money from COVID to buy a house is a fucking idiot. There's so much to unpack there. Yes, let me... I'm not even gonna entertain. There's so much to unpack there. Holy shit, Ember. I just walked away. Yeah, you can't even engage with that. That's like... like, how do you respond? I forgot where the thing is again. So, you guys see how lost I get in just like one room in this game? That is me in real life as well.
Cut out the negativity in my life.
Choose your minimap, duh. That would be so good. I would use a minimap so much, but unfortunately I have to open my inventory to use my map. And sometimes people look at you funny for that. Wish Cyberpunk had as much replayability in this game and the other Lance games. For me, I get a lot of value out of Cyberpunk for the same reason I get a lot of value out of this game. I just like different builds. So like, yeah. But I get where you're coming from. I'm looking forward to Cyberpunk expansion. Whenever we get more info on that, I'm looking forward to playing that. I hope it's big. Government's given land to people under 35 to boost the construction economy. Yeah, my government is trying to take away lunch from school kids, so that's how it's going over here. I'm intelligent. State just made us a school lunches for free. W state. Kids needed lunch. I don't see why they need lunch. They could just hide in the metal panic room installed in their classrooms. Or they could just go work at the factory and earn their lunch instead. Don't get me wrong, I'm on my 6th playthrough. It's just not as exciting as playing Borderlands. One character is drastically different playstyles. I totally get what you mean, and I generally agree. Yeah. Kids just need to pull themselves up by their bootstraps. Yeah. See, this bug isn't as terrifying in Redux because I can outrun the thingies. I can outrun them. I need to give them a lunch break in the factory. They could be making the CEO money instead. True. Ah, yeah, that particular Florida thing. Yeah, it's worded to be vague so that they can apply it to whatever they want it to. Whatever culture war issue they decide to wage, they can apply that. It's by design.
Love my job. They're so alive. I gotta change that.
I love this fight. Arkenstein is such a good boss fight. Oh, we got a good dot there. Look at that. That's beautiful. Yeah, it is wild. Wild's the only word to describe that. J-Bridge, that sentence, I don't know how to react to that. That is a dystopian sentence. J-Bridge, honestly. I don't know. Me personally, I don't need my fast food restaurants to be child labor sweatshops, but like, that's just me personally. I think that's kind of a spicy take in this here 2023.
Welcome to the family.
I'm a bit of a maverick for that one. sympathies. Keanu Reeves said it best. Don't want to be part of a world where kindness is a weakness. Sounds like suicide angle. That fuck. That's dark. Wait till everyone realizes how we get parts for electronics. Yeah, not ideal, huh? Yeah, that was the maker. Ghostblade eats raid bosses. It eats them. Gundot build could put in some work. Ooh, love to hear it, Silverdraw. What class is he working with? Sabo Blight? Yeah, sounds about right. Currently using Miasmic Mail. Yeah, really good armor for that. Never get tired of Loot Pinata games. Could be the most trash legendary item in history of games. Still gonna get hyped because it's shiny. I work a little differently personally. Like, I get items to use items. So like the whole neuron activation of the drop, I understand it, but I don't feel it. It's a concept I get, but like, see, if I get an item to drop like this, I don't care what rarity or anything it is. I look at the effect, I'm like, ooh, I can build around that. Like, this drop excites me. This is just because the effect is cool. You know, that kind of thing. Blight is right. Any advice for a double spellcast build? In the vanilla game, like non-Redux, generally speaking, the peak of that is gonna be going dead shot. So spell shot, Graveborn. And something you can do to get a lot of additional damage. Hey, Cryo Big Ounce. Let's go. Archmage sucks, but Cryo Big Ounce. W. Generally, the peak of that is going to be Deadshot. And you can get a lot of additional damage by min-maxing your Double Knot formula. Double Knot's a skill in the spell shot tree. That gives you a bonus element when you deal a crit with a spell. And that bonus element counts as gun damage, and it itself is also able to crit. So if you hold, for example, I can hop on a spell build for you to illustrate this real quick. If you hold, say, a Hyperius sniper rifle, and you have a bunch of sniper crit damage boosts on your rings, well then your double knot's going to get substantially stronger. And that's a good way of getting a lot of extra damage. Worked on Stabbo Spellshot Fusion build quite a bit. CZ told me Fusion, Explosion. The dot's going off unintended damage sources. Yeah, the dot is the problem. The explosion's fine. The dot is doing wonky stuff. Right. Kind of frustrating. Good people don't go into politics because of the garbage people, which gives more power to garbage people. It's not just because of that. It's because, like, if you're... People who want to do good rarely are given the platform to do so. Let's put it that way. You have to be a certain type of person to succeed in certain areas, and certain goals are incompatible with that. That's all I'll say on that. Let's do some Trickster's Ice Spikes. This will be a good showcase. So this gun right here, this is called an Eidolon in non-Redux, I believe. It's a Hunter in Redux. You get the 33% card crit, and then you get crossbow barrels have a 10% multiplier. Hyperius weapons have their own multiplier as well, and then sniper rifles have their own multiplier. So you get a really stacked crit formula from this. So because we have so much spell crit chance and so much spell and gun crit damage, we're getting double knot in basically every hit. So does a lot of damage. Tonhammer's only alive because he's partially reflecting. He's an asshole. But pure spell builds clear extremely fast just because the amount of raw damage you're able to push into each spell. Woke up this morning, am I doomed? Unfortunately, yes. But we all are, so it's okay. Isn't there a gun that did spell damage? Queen's Cry scales with spell damage. Doesn't deal it, but it scales with spell damage instead. Quick swap to laser hand for this boss. Look at it on Redux at the moment, I imagine it's basically the same concept. Yeah, pretty much the same concept. With the exception, the reason why I stressed vanilla is because it's possible that because of the changes to classes, that maybe swapping Graveborn out for something else could prove to be better. Like, Clawbringer got a lot of changes. Hexecutioner, pure spellcaster, might go absolutely fucking crazy in Redux. I haven't tested, so I didn't want to give a definitive there. But in vanilla, in the most situations, Deadshot is the move. But in basically the tech is you get double knot on armor, if at all possible. You min-max your double knot formula. And you do this for your spell shot tree. Now, in Redux, you might end up doing something different, like going down to get your Manual Augment here for extra spell charges. Just functional cooldown. And you get, like, cast speed from one slot, one kill, so maybe taking a different secondary class, like Clawbringer or something there, so then you get beneficial things like Awe, like Storm Breath, like maybe Resistance is futile, and you can have one slot, one kill for cast speed, stuff like that. Makes you gonna say, yeah, you're very welcome. Swap off laser hand now. Have I marked my ice spikes? I feel like I should do that. I'm chuckling at what you said, Snow. I was trying to stone face that one, but it was genuinely too fucking funny, I couldn't. Trickster's better than triple on bosses? No, it's not. It's just I'm putting the Trickster on because it's better in mobbing, and I don't feel like swapping any more than I already am. Triple and Splintering are both way better on bosses. It's just Trickster absolutely slays and mobbing to an utterly ridiculous degree. Like, it is just better than most things in the game. The repeating Trickster's Ice Spike for mob clear. It's gross. For, you know, this situation where Pigward is tanky enough to require multiple casts, a triple Ice Spike would have been better because it could have just one-shot him outright. It's a decent Wicked Gossip. I have better ones, but it's decent. Ice Spike spells are so fun. Yeah, definitely. Do I have... Yeah. I gotta say, having this higher density with Wyverns, they're so menacing. Like seeing them all do that swoop towards you at once. Swooping is bad. Ever tried out a Body Rocker Keep Ice Spike build? Yeah, it's pretty good. Swooping is bad. I knew you'd get it. Trying to do the super dash technique. Epic made a vid on it. Seemed like fun speed tech. I haven't watched the vid. I know some of the tricks you can do with the movement, but I'm sure there's stuff I haven't even thought of. Like, I know you can bounce off of walls at certain angles to get additional jumps. I know you can, if you time your dash to hit, like, the top of a slope, then you get a forward launch. I've been doing that a lot. But I'm sure there's tech I haven't accounted for. About the toboggan bug, K6 did a video on. K6 did a video on it. That's why people started talking about it so much. Because, like, there was this weird influx of people mentioning it in BL official server. And everyone was like, why is this coming up so much? It's something people have known about for years. We figured someone made a video on it, but yeah, that must have been that. Yeah, like, everyone knew about that. Or maybe not everyone, I guess, but it was common knowledge at the time when Toboggan was a new item, I should say. Taking Deadshot to make her with Arcane Bolt. Yeah, it's pretty good. I think my record with that is I was able to kill her in, like, 8 casts. I don't remember how much I had in the way of, like, Butt Stallion boosts and stuff, but it was, like, 8 casts. We can actually do a Maker run, because it's so convenient. In Redux? I haven't done it in Redux. No. That was vanilla. Should try Redux though. We'll hit the Ward Bunny for a Spirit Room real quick. Ooh, or maybe a Shock Old God, if we can get one. That'd be cool. Not lucky. Ooh, can Dusas be enchanted in Redux? Try Spellcaster Beamed on her? Yeah, sure. I can do that right now. See, this is why I did off-stream prep for content today, because I knew that I'd keep getting derailed by stuff. That's been happening every Redux stream in a very good way. So that's why I prepped builds ahead of time, so we can just, like, bounce between things. I can just, try to keep my curse wit broken. It'll be fine. Maybe. Copium. Heck, waiter, my beloved. I don't even know if there's... I don't think there's enough beneficial enchants for a spellcaster archetype right now that are able to roll in Redux. Because, like, gun kill movement speed, I guess will trigger off double knot. Not using polymorph. Don't have ASA active. Well, ASA AoE radius sounds really fun with polymorph. Y'all doing anything for 420? I will probably have one beer and play video games. I no longer... I have not, partaken in that particular thing in quite some time, so... How festive. Behave, Snow. Behave. Yeah, I'll just do that. Enchants aren't really gonna matter. I need to save quit so we don't have chaos bug. No reason why I even care about this holiday. Get blown up with deals. Doesn't surprise me. Knee-jerk reaction. You're good. Just behave. Curse is the cilantro of the magical world. They add a ton of flavor, but you'll wish they hadn't. That's a polarizing statement. Pretty sure not legalized in Wisconsin yet. I believe it's the medical's been legal here for a while, but I think recreational is now. Hey, Summer 16. If you'd like me to go over the build for you, I could do that after the Maker kill. Just remind me in like 10 minutes. Or when the Maker dies. Whichever happens first. Why I'm doing this with Arcane Bolts? I don't know. But it's fun. Pew. 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 Good job, me. Surprisingly good aim. Very off-brand for me. In no way I'm getting it medically. I qualify for medical. This is my own health stuff. It's actually one of the very few things that does give consistent relief with no unfortunate side effects. Be surprised what qualifies. Yeah, a wide spectrum of just any sort of chronic pain disorders. You're probably closer to qualifying than you think. If you have anything in that sphere. If anything, you'd probably say smoking's the source of any health problems I have. Yeah, quitting smoking, cigarettes was like the best thing I ever did. Quit the other stuff just because, like, expensive, and I never really particularly enjoyed it that much. But, like, I can say the pain relief is definitely a good reason for why medical should be widely available. This might be the best QL change. All puzzles in one room. Bosses a la carte. Yes. So historically, Shock Arcane Bolt hasn't done fantastic against Bark. It's not the worst either. And just treat it like a gun. I found myself addicted to nicotine. For me, I was like, physical addiction is not something that gets me as much as behavioral addiction. That's just the way I work. Oopsie. I got greedy there. So like, each time I've put down smoking nicotine, like, for good, it's just been a decision I've made, and then I just do a cold turkey, and it's like 1 to 2 days of being on edge, and then I'm fine. It's just because it's the ritual of it that really gets me. That's just how my brain works, I guess. You may have heard of Murphy's Law. Have you heard of Cole's Law? It's thinly sliced cabbage and mayo. I could go for some of that right now. I thought coleslaw was gross. For me, it's one of those things I can't eat on its own, but it pairs fantastically with some other things. Like, if you have, like, a plate of barbecue-style stuff, coleslaw goes great. But coleslaw on its own is fucking gross. That's my controversial take. Chunk of HP. Spellcaster builds. Double knot into a guaranteed crit spot goes crazy. And that was resisted. You know, lightning on armor is the worst matchup you can do. Personally, not too keen to make use of any sort of substance. Don't want to give myself a chance to develop an unhealthy relationship with anything else. Fucking my brain's ability to function freaks me out. And you know your own preferences in that department better than anyone. Do what's right for you. I personally don't like taking any sort of, like, pills for that reason. It's just not something I want to grow dependent on in any capacity. So, like, sometimes I take that to an irrational point where I even resist taking like stuff like Tylenol and shit. It's just something I don't like doing. I suffer more than I should because of that, but I don't like taking things. That's just what I choose to do. Everyone handles that stuff differently, you know? Goodbye, Gloop. Wow, yeah. It's a chunk. Sit still. Sit still. I should also use this. Fuck you. Which one is that? Okay. Yeah, if I aimed properly, this would be over in far fewer casts. But yeah, Arcane Bolt. Pew pew. This is goofy. Arcane Bolt, the goat. Quag aim. One of the fantastic examples of why this isn't a gun game, because like you can use a spell that functions exactly like a gun and it will be far better than a gun will be. You can make a spell do gun damage and it's better at being a gun. But yeah, the build, as requested before, pretty standard optimized spellcaster stuff. Spell shot down to high threat count, and then Graveborn down to Morhaim's Blessing. Now, Morhaim's Blessing doesn't directly give you more damage, but what it gives you is kill skill consistency without having to kill things, meaning you stack up Ascension a lot faster. That's more valuable in the non-Redux game, because there's fewer enemies, so it takes longer to get your max Ascension stacks, and you're getting fewer opportunities to get Dark Hydras, which means fewer Faithful Thrall stacks on average. So in Redux, you could actually really justify not taking Graveborn Capstone. But this is just what I have it set up as from the base game. You get Double Knot on your armor. That's priority number 1, gearing for pure spellcaster stuff. And then you just cap Grave, and you go to high threat count and spell. Get as much spell crit chance as you need to ensure crit consistency when you don't have a crit spot available. Currently, I'm on the lower side, but I don't need to be higher, because I can just aim for crit spots with this. Or laser hands. Yeah. Lots of good spells. As you can see, matching element Arcane Bolt does a lot of work, but even a non-matching element, because we just use the lightning one on all of the raid bosses. The lightning on Maker is one of the best things you can bring to that fight. Aiming in my lands game? Couldn't be. Okay, let's go over to the gun build, and let me see if I can replicate the Dragon Lord weirdness. I don't know if I'll be able to get it, but I want to try. Double Knot inherit Laser Hands auto crit? No. Think of Double Knot usage as gun flak with fade away. You can still get your full damage not hitting a crit spot, but you will get your full damage hitting a crit spot. Okay, so I started using a Catatumbo on this save. I really want the From the Shadows enchant. I wasn't having any luck rolling it on the other copy I had. Guess we can give this a few attempts. But it goes really well in this because we're critting a lot. It's got good on-crit effects. It even applies a good dot. Catatumbo's dot is, like, surprisingly decent. 981 is good. Hey, Gage. And we have Contagion in this setup, so we can get some actually decent dots. Oh, hey, we got it. Cool. Sick. Amazing. Streamer luck. How you doing? I'm doing well. I hope you are too. So, a lot of lightning. Missed answer? Yes, sir. Wish there were better unique assault rifles in Wonderlands when I go target farm my bullet hoses. There's some good ones still. Vengeance is a good bossing weapon. Donkey is a good AR. Underrated. Donkey genuinely has a very high DPS. Goodbye, Redmore. Kaka. Thunder Anima isn't great, but it's usable. Too bad they couldn't make rerolls to multiple choice. Yeah. Wish Donkey wasn't poison locked. That would help that a lot, yeah. But it is still good. And a poison lock is less detrimental than, like, a dark magic lock. Rogue Imp is good, still wish it wasn't nerfed. It's one of those guns that, yeah, it didn't really need to be toned down. But it still is usable in its current state. Like, the nerf didn't kill the gun, just wasn't really justifiable either. Imelda.
I'm spelling your doom. Y-O-U.
Just give me my no PP. They balance for casuals, don't know how to build, they work enough incomplete information at the time. So with the Rogue Imp, on this, in the same update, they corrected a bug where one of the parts didn't have the penalty it was supposed to on damage. Like, the extra projectile part didn't lower your damage. So they changed that, but then they also nerfed the gun because it was popular. Sometimes they just do balance changes based on whether an item's popular or not. And they do that to try to influence usage, to get people to either try something they're not trying, or try something that they are, or, no, like the reverse, you get it. It seemed to be those things. Sniper rifle buffs that they've done in Wonderlands were because people weren't using them because they were told they were bad. Sniper rifles have never needed to be buffed in this game, with the exception of the Calcon. That is the only one that ever needed to be buffed, and they did buff it to make it good. That's more, you know, questionable feedback. Influencing what they're willing to do. Please die. It's a terrible way to balance, let the people decide. I think balance should be left to devs rather than fans. Yeah. Including my own takes. Let the professionals be the professionals. Quad bows never impressed me. Bread Slicer I've used too long to know. Bread Slicer was strong enough to be problematic for a little bit. They lowered the fire rate and increased the damage to kind of smooth it out, because it was literally pumping out DPS so fast that like the game couldn't handle it. Bread Slicer is good. Bread Slicer is also one of the few guns that has increased gun crit on it. You got like a magic barrel, black powder shotguns, and then like a Bread Slicer that have just more crit, which is kind of cool. It's a good gun. Saying that about balance by popularity. Right. Balance by popularity is one of those questionable things. There's times where they've done it well, there's times where they haven't. Like, for example, in Borderlands 3, they gave the light speed some weird random 8% buff out of nowhere, and everyone was like, what is this? It didn't really change anything, light speed was already top tier, and 8% wasn't enough to, like, skew it, but it just reminded enough people that the item existed that it got a little more love from the community because of that, so, like, that example is fine. I think that's what they're going for when they do things like that. Again, this is my take from outside in experience. You know, it could be completely different internally. This is a guess. That's what they seem to be going for. But sometimes we'll end up with stuff like where they buffed the crit and hail by 500+% in Borderlands 3 because people weren't using them as much as they were in Borderlands 2. And it's like, you could have done less. Herald, yeah. People having not used the Herald in Borderlands 3 deciding it was bad, so they double its damage, and then the same people still say it's bad. That's the sort of popularity stuff they shouldn't cave to, but... Bread Slicer is my go-to launch. Good gun, good gun. Bread Slicer has the shotgun crit chance? Yeah, Bread Slicer has increased gun crit chance. To see how much that would do, but she resists that. Destiny 2 balances by popularity, doing it wrong, destroy builds diversity. That's the risk you run, balancing by popularity. I've seen some people who I tend to like share opinions on like balancing and build crafting. Like Chadley was talking about it on Twitter the other day, and he was explaining a bit of it, and it's like, yeah, that doesn't seem conducive to an environment where you want build crafting if you treat balance that way. Looking at the list of ARs in Loot Lemon, and it's a small, underwhelming list. Yeah, I think Wonderland's ARs fell particularly hard into the lands AR situation, where if you look at the ARs across every lands game, perhaps post BL1, I don't remember BL1 balance with enough clarity to give a confident take here. But if you look at all the other lands games, ARs are just in competition for most underwhelming category. Now, sometimes it's exaggerated, like they're not as bad in BL2 as people like to say they are. But I'd say ARs are probably the weakest overall weapon class in Borderlands 3. Like, there's gems in there, but there's the fewest. And I think Wonderlands is just kind of the same in that regard, but it's a game where there's fewer items than BO3, so it just stands out even more. Doll AR nerf, why do you exist? Because at the time that was pushed, purple Doll ARs were way out of line damage profile-wise with, like, everything else. Like, they were silly. They were like Riveter tier, but without the difficulty and usage. I'll be right back. I gotta grab something. BRB. Thought OBS crashed for a second. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. Beer delivery. Yeah, the crystal rates. I would like to see crystals in Redux chambers go up, because I understand the intention of wanting dedicated farming to be, like, better, but you don't need to make bunnies bad to make dedicated farming good, and, like, this just doesn't feel good. Like, you don't get a full bunny pull from a run, and that feels like too little. Like, doing an extended run actively going for more crystals, I barely got 2 full bunny pulls. And doing a boss run, you don't get 1 full one. Bunny pull? Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna pull your bunny control. You know, update, I should be worried. Update for what? Sacred Spirit. Careful, it's wascally. Threatened me with a good time. For Tiny Tina. First I'm hearing of it. How recently have you launched the game or anything? Or checked for updates? You got an update on Steam? Yeah, that's the first I'm hearing. It was small. Wonder what they did. 32 megs. Yeah, I wonder what they did. Yesterday or today. Let me just in case. Remove de novo? Oh, that's good. That's good. Thank you, Swift Hybrid. No, that's a W. Basically that just means the game will run better now, because de novo sucks. Performance increase. We could have that conversation about how the current games industry model of putting something that actively tanks your game's performance in for a reason that, you know, it doesn't even properly serve that purpose, and then taking it out a couple years later is just kind of shitty, but, like, I'm sure you guys have had this conversation before. That's a good protagonizer. What is de novo? Anti-piracy shit that doesn't work. Is the TLDR of that. It's... The intention with de novo is to, you know, act as an anti-piracy system, but people who are gonna do that still manage to do it anyway. It doesn't work. And if you go a step farther than that and do stuff like what Valorant does to try to stop that sort of behavior, you end up with a controversy about, you know, the way that ends up being implemented. So it's one of those things, it's not worth degrading the quality of your entire product to the 99% of your consumers to try to stop a 1% that won't be stopped by that anyway. I miss anything on that topic? Riveter goes so hard, man. It's so good. Ball? Someone said ball? I think someone said ball. Not being a coward this time, I'm taking Nasty Spill because it's beneficial. Enjoy the GOG approach of having goodwill with consumers to prevent piracy instead of punishing paying customers with dogshit software. I'm inclined to agree, yeah. It's not always that simple, but you know what? Sometimes it is. Poor Vorkanar, he's just trying to get an attack off. We're not letting him. I would use the Catatumbo, but lightning on armor, you know. That's a reach, J-Bridge. Forgot for what game. It was a game that cracked, you know, 5 minutes after the game's launch. Sounds about right. Like, piracy bad. Don't get me wrong. I'm not endorsing that. Nor would I ever. Acquire a game legally. Like, People are gonna do it. You can't stop it. It's like how online only for, you know, loot-based games doesn't actually stop people from editing in gear and stuff like that. People who are very determined to do it are still gonna find a way to do it. It's just you then end up with all of the issues caused by moving over to an online-only model. Like, people still make illegitimate gear on Outriders, Destiny. You know, it's still a thing. Diablo. I'm gonna give you an out here. Yeah, you download it through a legitimate source like Game Pass or, you know, game demos and stuff like that, and then you buy it later. Yeah, yeah. There you go. Yeah, as Conman mentioned, it can be a good business model to just have that goodwill with consumers. Obviously, it's not gonna, like, work for everybody, but a good PR saves you a lot of headaches, and it works for some people. It's an Echo Big Ounce. Should I just use that? Honestly, yeah, I should just use that. Gotta roll an enchant onto it. Preventing piracy is not preserving sales. Yeah. It doesn't transfer over like that. Power this game. Right. Well, the game's good. Game's good. It's like trickle down, lie to keep rich people happy. Yeah. Yeah, even the most generous interpretation would be it's a misdirect. So, I can't really disagree. I didn't mean to use that gun. Oh yeah, this is a cool gun. I really like the visual effect, and it seems strong. Like, I don't have, like, my rings aren't boosting this thing's damage at all, because I have black powder fealty oaths, and this is a Dahlia gun. This still does pretty well. Like, dark magic is not a fantastic matchup on anything. I have one dark magic boost, I think. Yeah, it's like just that. It still manages to do pretty well. And the VFX are pretty. Phantasm's Curse also gives some healing. It's a good gun to just occupy a slot here. I was hoping we'd get Dragon Lord in a boss run. It seems that's not happening, so we'll just go to the actual pyramid and try to replicate the kill there. Like, I can see my mental deterioration in the names folder. You okay, Sora? Couldn't tell what the unique effect was. You have a chance to make chains between enemies that and you that heal you. It's pretty cool. a full bunny pull from that boss run, and we got 2 armors. Not ideal. So let's head over to the pyramid, and I want to try to replicate a funny Dragon Lord kill I got yesterday. Basically, I staggered him with a Catatumbo during the phase transition into phase 2, and he fell off the back of the pyramid and died, skipping 2 phases. Or, well, technically more than 2 if you consider each individual, you know, each individual, Bernadette the thing and the thing. There's a sub fast travel thing I could totally use to get there, huh? This is the start of the area. I guess I can't do that the way you can for drill. Huh. Okay. Totally do that for drill. Reminder to take your meds, also called brain helpies. I think this is chaos bug, but that's fine for what we're testing. So during this transition, so that was the window where I staggered him. I wonder, can I, if I die here and respawn, they'll just keep starting that phase again. I want to see if I can get this to happen again. This kind of reminds me of Anathema in the Guardian Takedown in BL3, where there have been confirmed cases of knocking that boss off the platform despite safeguards in place to prevent that from happening. Just by forcing them to do an animation they wouldn't normally do. So we just gotta figure out if we can get that to happen. Maybe I need to crit. Like, hitting the head. You good, buddy? It was like that animation, but a bigger step. Be science time. Doesn't look like he's doing it. There's other stuff I could try to knock him back with melee. I could try to get him with the singularity enchant. Do I have anything with that? I have it on the sawmill. That there. Try that next. Once I've satisfied my curiosity here, I think we're gonna pearl farm. Whether it's from this guy or someone else, I don't know. We'll probably do a pearl farm in the build. No, you don't get it during that animation. Not there either. Interesting. Hmm. I gotta figure out the exact circumstances. I need to start recording when I play off stream. Just so we don't end up with conundrums like this. I was hoping he would drop it. Weren't. We got that cryo big ounce. Is that on this character? No, that was on hammer throw, I think. Okay. Where was the pearl melee enemy again? Was that Weep Wild? Did I remember that incorrectly? Do I bring hammer throw? Bring hammer throw. Shadowgrave, Tangle Drift have those Omega symbols. I'm gonna assume those are those legacy whatchamacallits? Whatchamafucks? Yeah. Let's try that. There's gonna be a Twilight reboot. Yeah, yeah. They're doing a Twilight show. Which is like, okay. They know they have to go full meme with it, right? Like, you think they're gonna try to do something like making Twilight more grounded? Because I don't think it works if you do that. I don't think it works. Yeah, that's Chaos Bug. Oh, yeah, that's the Carouser replacement. Shoots a high status chance cryo bullet. The enemy's frozen when shot. The bullet will deal additional void damage, targeting only the health bar of the enemy. That's a really high dot, too. 2,000 dot with Redux values? Like, that's huge. That's fucking massive. What? Use it not on a gun build right now, but I'll put it away and use it on a gun build at some point today, if I remember. Head vampire and head werewolf will start fighting, then realize both their mothers are named Martha, and then team up fight the aliens. So down for that. I'm so down for that. Alright, now in general, usually good takes on guns. Yeah, I'll do my best to get some value out of it. I mean, it seems like a shoe-in for doing spore stuff. Because, like... You got that amp skill in the skill tree now, which helps dots. Spore's got some sniper damage increases, also got some free shots. Like that dot in particular is what interests me most. Okay, yeah, that's more what I'm expecting. Do you heal? You healed. Spore burr. Maybe? Oh, you heal every time you teleport. Okay. I will make sure to kill you faster next time. I don't have that many souls, so I'll probably have to switch to another save to farm this soon. But I think I have a lot on my Ghostblade save. I have like a few thousand on Ghostblade, which would farm this faster anyway. So that works out fine. Wait for him to teleport once. Yeah, I was just too slow responding. Ooh, with the Stavo reload and more damage than the one we got. Yes. Edge of console, Wonderlands, mods available like Fall and Skyrim, all the homies would be eaten. Depends on what would be possible through mods. Like, the most complex mods and honestly the most popular ones are still not available for the console versions of those games because they require implementation methods that you can't do on consoles. Or shouldn't do on consoles in some cases. Today's update seems like the weekly rotation of events won't be happening through hotfixes anymore. They're all built in, set to activate at specific times for a specific duration. Ah, they Marisified it. Yeah, so I think that's a pretty good indicator that they're just not going to do anything more for the game update-wise, unless they decide to do like a Commander Lilith style thing eventually. Because when they did the same thing for BL3, that's when BL3 stopped getting stuff. With the exception of to promote Wonderlands and adding crossplay for the Sony consoles. Do I have to save quit this? Can I just pay again? I don't think I checked. Autopilot. Years of being programmed to save quit. Suppose we'll find out on this run. Yeah, 577 souls left. Ah, it disappears. Okay, that answers that. And I would love to be able to just do this without save quitting. But I imagine there's likely a reason why that's not doable. I could put a farm counter up here, but I can't be bothered. Man, Sora, that's a sentence that only people here would understand, yet would still be alarmed by. Tea time. Ooh, good hit on that one. Why'd you gotta drop your loot out of bounds, my guy? I'm looting, don't kill me. Small disappointment to see in such a definitive way supports up. Well, let's do on the radar. I mean, they have doubled and tripled down on the fact that, you know, they intend on continuing the IP. So we just gotta hope that lessons were learned from the shortcomings and that these successes are not ignored. Like, too many times, especially in the games industry, something cool is made, and then because parts of that cool thing had backlash attached, the good parts are not ever carried forward. I really hope that doesn't happen. This is one of those cases where, despite that not making logical sense, Echo would be an optimal hilt. It's like with how long I'm waiting for the dot to tick, I could just... No, Echo on a melee build is normally, like, less than ideal. Hey, Mackers. See a new special Chaos Chamber run rotated for today? It's one of those super long extended runs. Really? I haven't checked. That's cool. Personally found the lack of vault cards in Wonderlands a bit disappointing. Vault cards would have been a great inclusion for Wonderlands. Yeah, it's kind of weird that they weren't, because like one of the 3 vault cards in BL3 was a Wonderlands promo, and then the feature wasn't in Wonderlands. Kind of weird. I gotta drop your shit out of bounds, man. For science, does this still kill? Yeah? Okay. I was curious. Good way to add loot and cosmetics, and also indirect longevity, because like vault cards get you doing things you otherwise might not think to do. Like if you have a vault card daily that's, hey, go kill this enemy type, and that enemy type isn't in the content you normally do, then that gets you exploring parts of the game that you would have otherwise neglected. It doesn't get a lot of people to do that, but it's something. It's just a little motivator. It doesn't require them making any new content. It's just, it directs you to content within the game. There's a lot of value in that. Hey Don, how you doing? Hey, a shock pickaxe, 19130. It's got rampage though, sad. Rampage do be a dud. If Rampage wasn't consumed by, like... If it wasn't applied or consumed to other forms of melee, then it'd be cool. But... It's like... Meh. It's weird for me because conceptually enjoyed the idea, also got burnt out when the Bunker Master one came around, so it was tainted. The way they added a ton of cosmetics to this game was they just put them in the wheel pool with the DLCs. And they did add a lot, like a lot of cosmetics, which is cool. But they also didn't flex that, like, at all. So a lot of people still don't know about that, because they didn't tell anyone. So far, save quit farming this one enemy has been more efficient for world drops than entire Chaos Chamber runs. And I don't like that. Oh. Bad movement. Skill issue. Does that count as a cliff? does now. If I Tooth or Raider this guy, I could probably get him in one throw instead of two. Or maybe Curse Wit gets me there. Yeah, maybe Curse Wit gets me there. Maybe overcorrected a bit. I still maintain that, bunnies weren't something that needed to be corrected at all. Like, it wasn't bunnies being too good. After anything in particular, this dude has the pearlescent melee weapon, I believe. So, that's why we're here. Only thing I didn't like about the cosmetics, the wheel's very stingy with them, changed later, but I already read-only farmed them. Yeah, the wheel's one of those things where if they had made the corrective steps they made sooner, and if they had gone farther with them, it would have been much better received. Like, they did improve the quality of the wheel quite a lot. But one thing they hinted at doing, never ended up doing, was increasing the animation speed of the wheel, which is something Redux did. And that's pretty rad. But that would have gone a long way. I don't get to the augment of how Chambers being good directly into safe good farming. It doesn't. It's a scapegoat. Alright, I need you to stop teleporting out there. Holy shit, dude. Maybe I run over here when I farm him so he doesn't go out of bounds, where I can react. Ooh, that's a good ring. I agree, I get the idea of wanting to make dedicated farming a viable option for people like that. There's no need to nerf the bunnies. Yeah, like, we can just have alternatives. That's simple. And, like, there were already in vanilla game several farms that are optimal to do dedicated. Arguably most of them. Just the issue people had was that there were some items that you couldn't go farm because they didn't have dedi sources. Not a majority either. It's like 40% of the items. Some people rounded 40% to all of the items in their heads, which isn't the case. But yeah, like, give more players more options. The way crystal totals in the chamber feel right now, it just doesn't feel like an option. Hit me. Yeah, curse with the play. I think it's a valid argument, just popular one. Right. It's like, this collectively here, this amount of legendaries, this is 3 boss runs worth of legendaries. 2.5.
That's a lot of loot.
Killing one enemy. And save quitting. Hey, Beaver, thank you so much for the 21 months. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, I think I bait him over to this spot. That'll be how we farm. First time seeing Redux gameplay, early impression failed to see this is better than Chaos runs. So, this is more loot than Chaos runs with how it's balanced in terms of gameplay enjoyment. It ultimately depends on what you like. I will say that the save quit farming in Redux is infinitely more palatable than save quit farming in any of the vanilla games. Like with the other kind of interact with this to spawn an enemy thing that they have, you can spawn 5 copies of the enemy. You spend some gold, spawn 5 copies of the enemy, and it's a lot more, you know, to do per run. That's nice. Chaos Chamber in Redux is fun gameplay wise. It's just currently it's not worth your time loot wise. So that's just the source of the conversation. And they're funny is how they do that. You just don't get a lot of crystals per run. Like, you get enough crystals for 1 fully charged bunny pull if you min-max your crystals on a run. And you'll get, like, 1 to 5 legendaries from that. So not a lot. Hey, JM Lot. Thank you for the 3 months. Back to enjoying watching your awesome Wonderlands content. I guess I should stop pirating. No, it's not piracy. It's free. But thank you for the sub. That helps me out a lot. I appreciate it.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. You look like...
Since I'm back to enjoying watching your awesome Wonderlands content, I guess I should stop pirating its smiley face.
Thank you so much. One maker run gave you like 2 Legos, mini boss like 3 times that. Yeah, this is more than the maker, isn't it? And like, these are world drops. I'm not saying that this guy rewards too much. I want to clarify that. Like, this feels fine for a noteworthy enemy that you're going to be spending a lot of time at if you're farming for his pearl. I'm saying that, like, I'm not here for those, and this is more effective at getting general items, than the thing that's intended to get you general items is. Like, don't make this worse, make the other thing better. Hey, super. Our new special run mode. No clue what room on, but lost track of 18,000 crystals. Might be lucrative for getting loot now. Yeah, maybe we try that. I don't mind I don't think I mind having higher drop rates if part variance is still a problem. Yeah. Like, in theory, part variance, like in a vacuum, part variance should be inversely proportional with drop rates, right? Like if you get an item that always drops, you can allow some part variance. If you get an item that is extremely difficult to get, then it shouldn't have much in the way of variation. Ah, Monarch and the BL3 Black Market machine this week. Nice. Wave 28. Each time they've done runs like that in the past, Silverdra, it's been 29 rooms. So, I think you're almost done. Basically made Bunny so inefficient it's not worth the time. Yeah, like, I'm still gonna do chamber runs in the mod because it's a lot of fun. The gameplay in the mod's fantastic. And the balance is good. But, like, Chaos Chamber is not rewarding currently with how the crystal rates are balanced. I'm sorry to say it so many times. I'm sure it's giving someone a fucking headache. Good drop rate on mini boss is fine. I mean, crystal's so weak. So, it might have just been an oversight. That's option one. Keep in mind, an undertaking like this, there's a lot of moving parts. You can't get everything exactly the way everyone wants it ever, much less in an early release. Totally get that. But a common sentiment in the crowd of people who prefer getting their items through the gameplay loop I'm doing right now, a common sentiment, not universal, but a commonly held view, is that bunnies are responsible for their system not being good. And that's something a lot of people do in general. If one thing is better than their thing, they will view it as responsible for the faults of the thing they like. Even if it's not. Like, dedicated farming's problems in Vanilla Wonderlands were not because of bunnies. They're independent of each other. But to some, making bunnies worse gives them the perception of helping their area of the game, when that's not how that works. We saw this in action with BL3 when they nerfed World Drops. And it didn't help anything. They left the old crystal values the same since the lower chaos level's 10. Base chaos level doesn't give much crystals. It could be that. That's a possible explanation. Like I said, could just be an oversight. Do not know. Quag Thanos. Not sure if this is doable, so like to see an everything bunny be added to the mix of items. At that point, like, does it need to be a bunny, then, Dex? Because, like, isn't an everything bunny just, like, the chest and Brighthoof? For being honest. Ooh, caustic fire, big ounce. Hang on. That's heat. Ah? Ah? Picturing a bunny with poppy seeds and other spices on top. It's about to say the world dropped nerf for mayhem mode instead of non-mayhem was real strange. Right, it's because it was catered to address the feedback of a group of people who were blaming something that wasn't the source of their problem. Like two people taking two different means of transportation, like plane and boat, both you get there, just one so much faster. Both should be planes. Right, like, there's nothing wrong with having alternatives. As long as they're comparable. Or at least both good. Don't need to be one-to-one. Get indecisive with my buddy pulls, just want random shit sometimes. Oh, I feel you. I've been there. I've absolutely been there. I think I have a slip and stun. I should probably equip that, huh? Might be mildly faster than dashing like this. But then we'd have to deal with the screen shake, and I kind of don't want to. I get the save station up there to spawn closer because I didn't know one was there. I don't do this gameplay loop. I don't know where the save stations are. So, that's good info. So, up there, like over this way? Ah, yeah, here it is. Thank you. It'd be funny if we got it on that run. Hero we didn't know we needed. Gotta get those steps in. And to practice your super dashes. It's pretty easy to do, just like the standard launch. I got that into my muscle memory pretty quick. I need to practice like the wall tech and stuff. Catatumbo that doesn't have melee crossbolts. I've been incredibly unlucky with my Catatumbo drops. And on my gun builds, I didn't have a gun crossbolt one. But now I do. So that's going to be huge. Just need to make room in this here inventory. Where those can go. So yeah, this farm has been better for my gun builds pistol slot than hitting the pistol bunny on every run has been. Chadatumbo. Standard launch. How do you know my name from high school? I just had a theory. I had a theory. Oh, damn. Fucked him up that time. I think that's because I had resist the futile active from the ad right there. Repeating Trickster's Ice Spike, Destroyer of Worlds. Should I put a farm counter up on screen? Break up the monotony. I'm gonna need to change saves now anyway, out of souls. That's the Carouser replacement dex. It's a new sniper rifle for Redux. I don't know how to pronounce it either. Chantarella. Okay, since I'm out of souls, let's go to the Chaos Chamber, put away the Catatumbo, and come back here on the Ghostblade safe. I'm gonna need to roll the Stavomancer enchant on that one too. Pain. Replacement? Yeah, so some items were overwritten. Like, the nature of how this works is to make new items, you have to, like, get rid of existing ones sometimes. Some of the overwritten items are already promised to, like, they're coming back. But yeah, some are overwrites. Streamers still use music, just noticed most use it anymore. So, like, if you play copyrighted music on stream, you're vulnerable to copyright takedowns. There's something a lot of streamers do where they, through a process, you can set up a separate audio track. So basically, you guys will hear the music on stream, but it won't be there in the VOD because it's a separate track. I've just simply not bothered setting that up. So that's something a lot of people do. But people who play copyrighted music without going through that process run the risk of, if someone feels like claiming them, then they can. And if you get 3 DMCA claims, your channel gets deleted. Straight up, it gets deleted. So, like, a lot of people don't want to risk that. Should I use shock against them? It'll be fine, probably, maybe, hopefully. There's a bunch of copyright-free music options out there. Just something I've personally never bothered to look into. And depending on what music it is, sometimes claims are very aggressive. Like for my VODs channel on YouTube, I've gotten claimed. Now, that channel isn't monetized, so it doesn't really affect me or anything. But I've gotten claims on videos for the Sanctuary music in Borderlands 3, for the main menu music for Dragon Age Origins, and for like 2 other things. For just like 30-second chunks of like I'm sitting at a menu doing something. And I've gotten claims for that. For in-game music. So it's sometimes very aggressive. Oh yeah, I got a lot of souls on this save. Stop moving. This man's diving. Okay, there we go. Ooh, that's the highest damage roll I've seen on that yet. I guess I should take that. $19,130 poison. Actually, I might use this now. Like, the crit's bad, the crit damage, compared to what I want, but matching element could be worthwhile here. Claims for in-game music's wild. Yeah, it's crazy, but it's a thing that happens. Like, you can't listen to the credits song in BL3 because that's copyrighted music as well. Credits in a lot of games, actually. The vehicle sections in a lot of games have that problem as well. I don't think the BL3 vehicle section, the one with Maya, is safe copyright-wise. Pull yourself up by your bootstraps and buy the rights to every song ever. I mean, sometimes that doesn't even help you from getting claimed. Like, this is an infamous example, but there was a time where literally Metallica playing their own music got claimed on Twitch. Like, literally Metallica playing Metallica got claimed. After Metallica got all this started back in the days of Napster, we've come full circle. Reason why games should simply not have regular music from artists in the game whatsoever. Yeah. Yeah, it's easy to tell when it would be a problem, for sure. So situations like the BL3 credits wouldn't happen, absolutely. But, like, the fact that things like that still happen, even outside of that, means that it's just one part of a greater problem. Artists are rarely the ones making the claims. Yeah, that's the big thing. Like, you almost never see, like, musicians going around stalking the internet looking for people playing their music and you know, I'm not gonna say promoting them because no, people do not work for exposure. That is not a thing. But you get the idea. It's rarely the artist doing that shit. Oh, hey, we got it. Omega Rush. While grounded, melee attacks gain tremendous range. Additionally, this blade has incredibly fast swing speed. We got a dark magic one, which kind of sucks. No hilt mod, I'm noticing. And, hang on, did I read that incorrectly? That's the one I already had those overwritten. So I guess it doesn't have a hilt mod. But the thing I was looking at is it's got a massive crit penalty. So values in the crit damage that are below 100% are like the nerf, if I'm remembering correctly. So it swings really fast for good damage, good crit chance, terrible crit damage, bad element, no hilt mods. I don't know if this is good. I genuinely don't think this item is good from how it reads. But like, let's go smack some stuff with it. Let me put on appropriate shields. Oh, I already have them. What's the range on this lunge? On the one hand, it having variable elements would make it so, like, farming it would be health. So if you're gonna give it an element, I guess Dark Magic is technically the most neutral, but, like, I don't think people would be mad if you could get this in Cryo. Get bonked, Sybil. So the lunge range is pretty good. It's like, as long as your crosshair is red, you can lunge. Problem is, this thing doesn't do good damage. Now maybe it'll be acceptable Ghostblade because that is a very fast swing speed and Ghostblade looks at that. The thing is, Ghostblade looks at everything else too. It probably just hits fast enough that it's fine. I guess if you were doing like a Ghostblade setup that did not try to do the alchemical agent stuff for crits, which is questionable because it's in the Sabomancer tree, but like humor me. Then this thing having bad crit stats wouldn't be a problem. Like high tick rate could have some value. Let's test this out in the chamber. Only works while grounded. Right. Right. UI? Ah, yes, Wonderland's UI moment. Trying to get out of the house more, so I go play Pokemon Go at some parks. Good for you, Irish. That's something I need to do. I really need to be more physically active and get some fresh air, touch some grass. All that stuff. Yeah, special event. We got the lengthy one. Let's do boss room. It's acceptable for Ghostblade. I'm not gonna say this is like a difference from what we were seeing with the other weapons, but it works well enough. Dark Magic being neutral means that, like, yeah, I guess you could gear around this. Don't really need soaked going. It's kinda starting to win me over, but like, looking at that crit damage is upsetting. That's upsetting. Like, one of the reasons why stuff like the pincushion, why we meme it so hard, is because its crit damage is terrible. Like, not only is its crit chance terrible, but its crit damage is terrible. And, like, this is way worse. But it hits more, like, twice as much, and the crit chance is still good. I think the DPS of this is going to be high because of just, like, the base damage is higher than Rage Handle. Like, it works out to be good DPS-wise. Don't use this thing in an Exy Blade setup. I can tell you that much. This is one of the worst things you could use for Executioner's Blade. So my Exy Blades are gonna suck. But for Ghost Blade, this seems really good. Don't use it for Dreadwind. Don't use it for Storm Dragon's Judgment or Cleansing Flames. But for, like, raw melee, you're hitting it raw. And for Ghostblade, this seems pretty good. The Pearlescent perk is nice, though. I will say that much. Landing hits on enemies grants a stacking bonus to accuracy, melee speed, and shield regenerate, but, like, all pearls give that. So I'm sure there's one you could slot somewhere to get that bonus without giving up your melee slot, is the thing. One reason why this probably looks especially good with Ghostblade, aside from just the raw speed, is Slasher is getting applied really fast because of how fast it's hitting. So we're getting our bleed very quickly. See how it holds up against bosses. All pearls give that same thing? Yeah. I'm gonna go ahead and say it though, Twin Soul is better than Omega Rush. Sorry. But a Pearl wouldn't be a Pearl if it wasn't just a downgraded legendary. It's not great. Figured different ones that have different intrinsics. They all have their own effect, it's just they all have the pearlescent effect as well. That's a cool thing to give the rarity. That's a distinguishing factor. I suppose I get why this thing isn't allowed to have hilt mods, like, to a degree. It'd be fun to apply Echo from a lunge like that, though. Vampire would be busted here. Warrior would probably be busted. But, like, something that you can't do because this item exists is you can't do Amp Echo Twin Soul. Or Caustic Echo Twin Soul. And I think that's a net loss. Speaking of pincushion, yeah, 110 with a 3% crit chance and 1.13 swing speed. Ugh. Vampire Rage Handle, yeah, that's already quite good. So Ghostblade's very good against Wastard. This will be a really good litmus test of, like, how well this does. I'm kind of tempted to put on a Bad Egg or a Curse Wit or something. And then just, like, let him hit me. Do I have a Curse Wit? No, I just have Bad Eggs. See what happens. Like, you have to swing for this to be worthwhile. You have to. It's good when you do. It's like, at that swing rate, if your Ghost Blade's hitting that fast and you're hitting that fast, you're getting a lot of value. Maybe running this with, like, Frost Shiver, Blood of the Fallen, Blast Chill. Yeah, maybe Corrupted Plate Mail. I don't know. You're going to save your soul against this badass skeleton mage. Skill issue on my part. Chaos levels this. This is Chaos 10. This is the max.
That storm method will keep busy. Time to put someone in a cast.
Only 1,200 crystals so far. Yeah, this is what we were discussing earlier. It's, you don't get much. You don't get much. Waiting for Ghostblade cooldown. I want to do the super extended and see how many crystals we get in that. Hey Emily, how you doing? Money limit's still the same as vanilla. 2,500 for a max pull turbo in the mod. Was a dark magic element on melee somewhat worked as well? Yes. So, just under 6 minutes. And our final crystal total, including the chest, is a 1980. So, not enough for a full bunny pull. I do not think that is, adequate. This is what you get from a max pull. We got 1, 2, 3, 4. Is that 5? Is that 4? Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, yeah, we got. No, there is 5. There's 5. That frying pan is hiding. So 5 legendaries in that time, which that's about what we were getting from 1 kill of that legacy hunt guy, who we could kill 5 times in the time it took us to do this run. So yeah. I mean, disabling hilt mods for the Pearl makes sense for the part variance thing alone. Like, I get that. That's probably for the best. Because, like, imagine if you had to farm that thing like a Twin Soul. Like, imagine if it had 2 hilts, like a Twin Soul, at pearlescent drop rate. There's 8 different hilt mods. Like, ugh. It's got to launch any pearls yet? Yeah, we got the melee weapon. New. It's kind of mid. It's kind of mid. I'm going back to using my pickaxe. Like, its effect is cool. And on certain kinds of builds you get value out of it, but like not this one and not any of the other ones I run. So it's the kind of thing you'd have to build for. Like if you're doing a Feral Surge build, that's probably a good melee weapon to run there. Because you can lunge to get in range of an enemy, and then you can Feral Surge, you can bop around between enemies like that. That sounds like a good time. Like it's definitely not useless. A weapon hitting that frequently means you'd have constant uptime of live wire chains if you were holding that. So that's really good AoE coverage. That frequency of hit means that you'd get a lot of value out of Blast Chill, because it'd be triggering frequently enough that it'd AoE down crowds very well. Like, it'd probably be pretty good. It's just not... an immediate upgrade, which is what a lot of people would associate with a rarity higher than Legendary. Recommend Wonderlands for someone who's very... Or recommend Redux for someone who's very average on normal Wonderlands. So Redux is like... It feels like Wonderlands still, which is a good thing. Like, that's a compliment. I say that in a good way. It depends on what you want out of these games. Like, if you're more farming oriented, then Redux is an improvement in that area. If you are a dedicated farmer who does not like getting items through the Chaos Chamber, then yeah, Redux is an improvement for you. If you like farming items through the Chaos Chamber, then I would say it's still in need of some love. But if you like build crafting and gameplay and stuff, then that's super tight in Redux, and that's all just improvements. Lunge would be amazing in vanilla. I'm just wondering its place with dash and improved movement. Yeah, maybe I put together a build maximizing like Omega Rush value and Barrel Surgeon around and stuff. I think that could be fun. Let's pop over to Brighthoof. I need to buy some pistol SDs. I don't think I have max pistol SDs in this safe. I can't remember. We're gonna check. Consider doing a glitchless run for Redux. The movement opens up a lot. Ooh, I'd love to see that. Rarity doesn't matter. Colors, whatever the general drop frequency makes sought after gear worthwhile hunting. Set up Pearl. Also be unique or legendary. Do the same, just animal, different color. That's the entire point of why pearls as a rarity don't make sense in official releases, though, because like they're suggested as this higher than legendary thing that's harder to acquire, but neither they're not harder to acquire in those games, nor are they better, nor are they functionally different. Redux pearls at least all have that that pearlescent effect, which is a big step towards differentiating them. Like, that's cool. That's a good feature to have on there. And they are more rare than getting the drop of a legendary. Now, getting an actual specific version of any legendary is still more rare than these. And in terms of power, I haven't seen a pearl that's like, quote-unquote, best in slot yet, out of the ones I've used or seen others use. Now, that's maybe for the best, because, like, maybe putting the quote-unquote best items behind a massive RNG wall would just frustrate people. I don't know. I'm just one guy. I can't claim to know. I do have max pistol SCs. I guess I just need to be smarter. LOL. I hear silly builds. Hey, son. We did some dread winding. Did some hammer throwing. Doing some ghost blading right now. It's a super run right now. Special event run is in the chamber. So we're about to do that in Redux on Ghostblade. Got my chance in order. Yeah, that's fine, I guess. Okay. So I imagine eluding rooms probably is pretty good returns once you have enough, like, curses and stuff in Redux because of the mob density.
My job. Playing have nothing on me.
I'm not gonna hit all containers, but I'm gonna hit the convenient ones if my fucking gun would let me. Because we want to try to at least get a decent crystal total. I'm not gonna do that in every room, it'll take too long.
Not today.
Oh, I forgot about the bonus. Yeah, I'm not gonna do that. We're just gonna not.
That's got another visitor this morning.
Oh, hello. Never played Diablo before. There's a way to change camera angles, lock top down. It is top down. That is quintessential Diablo. No way to change it. You can zoom in farther, but I doubt that's what you want. Roguelite or nullify? I guess nullify. Rip don't like top down. Unfortunate.
Scared of me yet?
Yeah, it's hard to get all the bonuses, because the density means you're just killing more enemies before you can get the bonuses done in chamber. That's awkward. Weird stutters, just an issue on my end. I mean, I'm getting weird stutters in my game, so could be that. So watch it, but definitely won't play it. Yeah, everyone's got preferences. Understandable. It's one of those things you unfortunately can't get around. If top down isn't for you, then yeah, Diablo isn't for you. Y'all have fun Reduxing? I will. Having a good time. Yeah, we passed the 4-hour mark, Rune. It doesn't work. Much like my brain, the Quag Redemptions don't work after a certain amount of time. Gotta go read up on capacitors. Too complex for my gamer brain 4 hours in. But yeah, best of luck with that, Emily. Thanks for stopping by. My PC literally on fire. It's fine. It's maybe fine. Quag Redemption's tied to Quag Brain confirmed. It's true. How you doing, Felicia? Not Clawstalker Madge. Movement speed and tankiness. Clawstalker Ghostblade does some dummy damage, but like the Lightcaller Ghostblade is a more cohesive build. We did do some Clawstalker hammer throw earlier, Rune. AA, Resistance is Futile, Stalker, 2 total in Awe. Or, no, 4 total in Awe, rather. It's 3 from Armor, 1 from Skill Tree. And it's really good. Tidebreaker, Stormclaw. Stormclaw for the armor. I've been forgetting to look for raid boss symbols, but like honestly, something we deduced, myself, Lazy, Stone Swan, and Sen did a bunch of crystal optimization stuff. In the super runs in vanilla, and like raid bosses don't give you much of your overall. Most of your crystals come from killing elite enemies. Like objectives, curses, raid bosses, they all matter so much less than just killing elite enemies. Submatic and Redux just normal gun now, but it gets gun and melee damage. Yes. That's situational. I know I've seen some people who are like complaining about that because it can't alchemical agent, but I think it still works out to be a buff because it can Geist now. You can Geist an Xe Blade off of your Stab-O-Matic. New update. They made the event schedule an in-baked thing. It's not done through hotfixes anymore. It now rotates like through the thing, according to Dr. 7, just through the game. And also de novo removal are the 2 things I've been told. But yeah, Stab-O-Matic being able to Geist an Xe Blade is like most certainly worth losing alchemical agent. I'll tell you that. I said de novo, did it come out weird? Only strict nerf that change causes the crit chance nerf. Yeah, but like from the shadows, Awe, Like, it's fine. Like, for Sabomatic, we were already using From the Shadows. So, like, that doesn't change anything. And it means you can pick up, Hyperius Fealty Oaths now. So your rings are better. I think the Stab-O-Matic changes are net like a buff. Just you have to build differently around the item. Is Rogem still stunted? I don't know if Rogem was touched at all. Game's easier proportionally, so it should technically be better, and there's more support for guns and skill trees now. I was using it briefly, it felt fine. It felt fine. Their shield does melee damage like Stinger, nothing comes close. Maced Wardu, as long as you have some amount of shield active, if an enemy melees you, they take melee damage from you. And that gets your damage formula, triggers your on-melee effects, all that stuff, Mr. Adblock. It's, like, real good. It's one of my favorite Dreadwind shields, because it's also very high capacity. Very tanky. Deals out a lot of damage for you, especially if you have Alchemical Agent. An enemy can just hit you, put a massive dot on themselves, and die. There's also Hammer and Anvil, where if you take damage while your shield is full, a hammer comes out and seeks out a nearby enemy. That also deals melee damage. So there's a couple things that are like Stinger, it's just we don't have a Nova spam mechanic like Stinger. However, with Mace Wardu, all it requires is enemies hitting you, so that's like almost as good.
Reaper's best friend. I'm so good at reaping. Finally!
Diablo and Division from the same day, Looter's Wet Dream. Oh yeah, so people are speculating another Diablo 4 beta weekend being announced. Did they do the Diablo announcement already? That happened today?
I am the hand of death.
I've been live, so I've been able to look. Currently happening? Cool. I will have to check up on that later then.
Nice to meet you. But not really.
Ghostblade's a monster. Ooh, turtle static charge. Nice. For the purposes of max HP Mace Wardu with Turtle Incapacity works out to be better, but still nice. Game. Wonderlands. I always drop frames in this room, especially if you look towards the pyramid. I don't know why, but looking at the pyramid drops frames. In this room specifically. So I need to look this way. Oh, so many crystals. Currently there is a, every once in a while in Wonderlands they do what we like to call a super run. It's the special event run that's super duper long. So I'm eluding rooms, picking up containers that are like in my path, and collecting a decent amount of curses. If it's as long as the others, this should be 29 rooms long. So we'll be able to get a decent amount. DC's scared? Yeah. Giga runs are always fun. Yeah. Now, Giga runs in Redux, super interesting component of... I think I'm gonna opt not to do raid bosses for this. Super interesting component of,
I never want to wait again.
a lot more mob density. Kevin is Kevining. I guess I didn't miss the Dragonlord farming. We tried to replicate the Dragonlord cliff strat. Didn't get it to work in a few minutes, so shelved it and went and did other stuff. We did go farm a pearl. We went and got the melee weapon. It's kind of mid. Like, I have it on me right now and I'm not using it because it's not better than a pickaxe.
Little life now. A lot of color.
Kevin, you are a cat. That's true. It's an excellent point. Anything else to add, sir? Oh, yeah, I shouldn't forget about that. That is also true. Cat. Was that the Twin Soul replacement? Yes. I can safely say that the Twin Soul is better than the item that replaced it. But it's not, like, bad. It's just very specific in what kinds of builds it would be good on. Whereas Twin Soul was useful to, like, a lot of different builds. Barely alive. My armor passive saved me. That, health regen? Still roll 2 hilt mods? No, 0 hilt mods. At least the one I got has 0. As far as I've been told, it's always dark magic, no hilt mods. Now, like, it makes sense because think about if you had to farm a Twin Soul at Pearl drop rates for the 2 hilt mods you want, and the element you want, and the swing speed you want, it would be fucking miserable. Like, a Pearl being fixed parts makes sense. What builds can you picture Omega Rush being good on? If you were running, like, a Feral Surge build with, like, a live wire and blast chill, I think it would be a pretty fun playstyle of just booping around everywhere. I think it'd work well there. If you're running Ghostblade, and you are tanky enough to also melee the same enemy your Ghost Blade is on without dying, so like not this build, then yeah, you could you get some Ghost Blade value because it makes Ghost Blade hit really fast and it makes you hit really fast, so you're inflicting a lot of instances of damage. Haven't. Just like the pearls from previous games, not as good as the legendaries. So far, yes. Evan losing his mind. Yeah, he's doing cat things. How did I miss that?
Time to put someone in a cast.
Pretty color mean better. I want to underscore again that I really do like that pearls all have that innate trait on them that makes simply having a pearl somewhere in your loadout worthwhile. That's good. It's just so far each of the pearls individually just doesn't seem like anything special. This enemy density makes Chaos Chambers look fun again. Oh, the density is so nice. Rapid Fire feels real good. Very enjoyable. But my Amp Echoes... Yeah, I mentioned that earlier, Rune. Losing Amp Echo Twin Soul is a huge blow to, like, a lot of builds, but then there's also losing Caustic Echo, and then all the combinations more specific to melee builds outside of those two. Twin Soul was more beneficial in the game than Omega Rush is. The lunge on Omega Rush is cool. It's just the rest of it. I'm sure it'll come back when they bring everything else. Yeah. Pearl Torque Pistol, at least interesting. There's no gun build to use it on. I'll have to take the time and start getting the guns. Like, now that I am enjoying the Mistdancer gun setup, maybe we go farm for some of the guns. I only know what a couple of them do. I don't want spoilers on them. I happen to know the one you're talking about, so we're good. But, yeah, keep it vague.
Oh, fleshy again.
Redux mod density, the eyeball rooms look like a scene out of the birds. True. Got two of them. You got two of the Torque Pistol. The last one in this room. Yeah, nice. Does it have variable parts at all? Same? Cool. Good to know. Thank you. That is good design. The fewer parts that can change on a pearl, the better. Could just be my RNG, but doubt it. Yeah. I think it's just good if it is the same every time. So it just stops the issue where, hey, I finally got the pearl, but it's a bad roll. Like, that would just be feels bad, man, you know?
Let me cut you off now.
Build guide for current build on Redux? No, but I can go through it for you if you would like me to. Make the clip or whatever. What are you doing, Kevin? So yeah, this is a Ghostblade build. Stabbo Blight. We go down to Executioner's Blade to help deal with some of the ranged things that would be awkward for Ghostblade to hit, but also because we're shooting constantly anyway, so we may as well get more melee out of the deal. Ghostblade Augment is extremely good. Like, I think it's genuinely overpowered. Like, this thing is a problem. So yeah, you absolutely, in any Ghostblade build, except maybe Berserker secondary class, you really want Slasher. It's so good. Is Beyblade affected by Big Ounce? Ghostblade isn't Splash, so it shouldn't be. By like the splash radius effect? No. It would go off Big Ounce's base damage. Big Ounce has the highest base damage of any melee weapon. So like, that would be good, but it doesn't have good crit stats and it doesn't swing fast, so I don't think it's a good Ghostblade weapon. But Alchemical Agent is like the goat of melee interactions. If you can get your melee to crit a bunch, then you get good value out of that. Thousand Cuts got buffed in Redux. It is very good. Stalker is a new skill for Redux. It's extremely good. But yeah, you take pretty standard Stabbo stuff. The right side of the Stabbo tree in vanilla is super valuable. You get dot damage, you get Exploit Their Weakness for a unique damage mult. It's a debuff. Contagion double dips and distributes your damage around in an area. So it's like really good. And then of course Alchemical Agent, as I mentioned. And you just kind of fill in with the rest. Sneak Attack got buffed in Redux to have movement speed as well, so it's quite good. Over on the Blight Caller side, we take one Geist in the Shell, specifically so that we have that poison damage to trigger Bog Down, or if we're not shooting a poison gun, which I happen to be shooting. Just helps us move down the tree as well. I would take Max Virulence for more status duration to help out the Alchemical Agent and Contagion dots. Wraith Mail is for survivability. Flawless Edge for damage and to move down the tree, and Amped Up is for survivability and movement speed. A reason you go Stabbo Blight is because Blight Caller's class feat gives you a bunch of elemental damage, and then you get all the quality of life stuff here. Other acceptable Ghostblade second classes, you could do Clawbringer, which is also really, really good in Redux for this. You could do Berserker. I'd say primarily it'd be between Blight Caller, Berserker, Clawbringer. Hero stats, max crit damage, max status damage. Put the rest in crit chance. And for your melee weapon, you want to get... if you're using Soaked, like I am, you want to go for Cryo or Lightning in as many situations as possible. And for Pickaxe, for Ghostblade in general, you want weapons that have a good mix of stats. So like, Ghostblade hits at the speed of your melee weapon swing, so you want a good swing speed, but it also takes a percentage of your melee weapon's damage as its base, so you want at least okay damage. Now, pickaxe is low on the direct damage front, but it's good everywhere else, because it also takes your melee crit chance, which is influenced by your melee weapon. So since Ghostblade hits a lot, we want it to crit a lot for Alchemical Agent. Pickaxe with 18% crit chance, 150% crit damage gets you really close to consistent crits, really close to guaranteed, while having a great crit damage mult. Something like a Big Ounce has very high base damage, but it's got bad crit chance and really bad crit damage. Okay swing speed though. Or something like a Rage Handle, once stacked up, is good crit chance, but it's very bad crit damage. And you've got things like, I don't think I have Assault and Battery on me. Assault and Battery is incredible crit damage and good damage, but it's terrible crit chance. Try to redeem points here, it gets it's broken again. Yeah, it just kind of does that over time. I don't know what this cat wants right now. It's got food. You need more water? Meow if you need more water. No, he meowed. Let me get him water. Be right back. Okay, we're back. Yeah, the Ghostblade augment is so strong. Like, this bleed is crazy valuable. I didn't have time to hit the crystal. I haven't tested vanilla builds versus Redux version. Do they feel very different? Same idea in general. Same idea in general, but like with some pivotal skills. Like Stabomancer and Clawbringer kind of operate the same in a lot of areas, but they have new things to think about while playing that make them a lot stronger when you're thinking about those things. I mentioned this earlier, Rune, but like, I think there's a solid chance that optimal spellcaster, like Purecaster in Redux, might be Hexecutioner rather than Deadshot, but that's something that's going to require a lot of testing. Go and Spell Shot Augment. That plus also Clawbringer giving you that huge amount of damage from Storm Breath, plus resistance is futile, canceling out elemental resistances, means that using spells like your double knots won't be double dipping a bad elemental matchup, they'll just be neutral if you're using some kind of Ellie Lock spell, for example. So like just having that spect and using Trickster's Ice Spikes, for example, you're not getting the cryo on flesh penalty. You're just neutral. And if you take that further and use a lightning spell, then you're getting a lot of additional damage out of everything Clawbringer provides. Plus, you're less pressed for maximizing your crit if you're able to get more points in Awe, so that frees up stat slots. You can get more things like Radius, more crit boosts, crit damage boosts, that is. The only things you really lose are Sanguine Sacrament and Blast Gasp. Those are the most significant things. I guess technically you lose Faithful Thralls. So you don't have any global damage in either of your trees, but that just means you absolutely need to have it on your amulet. And maybe armor. But that's all that means. I'm using a lightning weapon. Don't worry, this damage isn't shit. She resists it. And she's level 50. Just realized my pickaxe is vampire. That's pretty nice. Kind of compelled to go back to base game and farm Twin Soul with correct mods and element. Think do some good damage. Yeah, Twin Soul is fantastic. It can just fill a lot of roles. It's even one of my favorites on like gun builds because you could have Amp Echo as a good utility backup thing. But on melee, yeah, it's the fastest non-rage handle swinging weapon in the game. And having 2 hilt mods and rolling in every element gives it a lot of value. Your bullets heat seek? Yeah, this kind of gun does that. That's it? That's the whole run? How many rooms was that? I don't know how many that was, but I guess that's the whole thing. Okay. I went by fast. Yeah, going somewhat slow in a couple of those rooms. 33 minutes. Mostly ignored side objectives and courts. Only eluded 3 rooms because I figured the cost would catch up with me. And we got enough value out of those 3. Didn't hit all the containers. It's 27k before the chest. How much should we get after the chest? Capacity master rooms. Not as big as I thought it would be. 27.4. So that's still not efficient. Like, that sounds really good. I mean, I guess compared to the other runs, this is way more efficient than boss runs. Because how many was I getting per boss run? In a 5-minute boss run, I was getting 1900. So 6 of those. Yeah, this is way better than the ratio of just doing boss runs. So Crystal Gain in the Chaos Chamber and Redux currently feels bad, except in this run. It's good in the Super Extended. Any other weapons for this build? I'm not using this weapon for 8 killing. Like, this could be a level 5 or whatever, and it doesn't matter. I'm using this Bolt Blaster. It's called a Scalawag in Vanilla, because it's a weapon that has a 25% blade, which is melee damage, but also applies melee crossbolts and can roll in any element. The crossbolts are a separate molt from your normal melee damage, so like crossbolt weapons, melee crossbolt weapons are going to be the most impactful thing you could have here. I'm using a poison one specifically because it'll apply bog down. But you could in theory use like a lot of different crossbolt weapons. In fact, the strongest melee crossbolt tool in the game is the Tooth Raider. Because sniper crossbolts last longer and are bigger. And Tooth Raider shoots 9 of them at once, so it's real good. But the thing with Tooth Raider is it doesn't have the blade, and it's not elemental. So it's a good thing to, like, you shoot a boss with the Tooth Raider 3 times, then you switch to your other gun and go to work. Type deal. But yeah. And for when you're swinging the weapons yourself, you could... the melee weapon yourself, you could hold a live wire. If you need to apply soaked, and not through bog down or tidebreaker, you can use a twisted illusion. Those are the guns. Is there armor? I'm using a mosquito right now just because it's what I had on me. You don't need a mosquito. You don't need anything in particular. I'm kind of struggling to think of armors that fit this well, to be honest. Like, maybe fusion could be good if I wasn't doing the soaked focus. Maybe. Also, after that gets fixed, that's when I'd mess around with that. But we don't do ability damage at all in this build other than Geist, so Fair Share wouldn't be useful. Could do Diamond Gauntlets if you want to stand still, but then you don't get much out of Swift Death. Yeah, pretty much you just want Stabo primary armor with stats that benefit Ghostblade. The jealousy. Area damage on that. Chain Ghostblade isn't that, but like that's a good armor. Pick it up to have it. That's a Fair Share with 3 double knot? Hello? There's gotta be something we could do with that. There's gotta be something we can do with that. Maybe that with inflammation and blast gas? Have a Fair Share of these double nuts. Fucking got him. absolutely destroyed. Fair share with ability, crit chance, ability damage. Area damage. She haven't Stabo Spore. I mean, I guess... Okay, so like, if you threw some guns with wings of one element, and then switched to another gun while holding a fair share, and those guns with wings triggered play the angles, then that play the angles, half of that would be changed to the element of the gun in your hand. That's completely useless information, but that's just me trying to justify this being on Spore. They made Barrage area damage, right? But no, I'd want primary Spore power for that. And probably different skills. They made Blizzard area damage, but I probably wouldn't be on Stavomancer. You know, I'll just pick it up. I'm probably not going to use that, but it's synergistic. Something. Stabo Blight, melee area. It's not bad. Diamond Gauntlets, Poison, all damage area, melee. It's trying. Armors are at least much more likely to be something useful. Because of the weighting, it seems. That's enjoyable. Hey Jules, how you doing? First time I've seen you pick up that many armors at once. Yeah. The weighting. Fusion with area damage. Savos War. Maybe. Mantis Claw. Got all damage. But no. What if they weighted armor differently? You know, set the armor bunny for a month getting your 2 desired classes, a certain armor type. There's some that are not available on the Redux class mods, Redux armors as of yet. That's a little unfortunate, but for the most part, getting armor that at least matches your classes seems a lot more feasible in the mod. Now the downside is, I tend to farm for multiple builds at once, so I'm less likely to gear any build other than the one I'm playing. So it's a double-edged sword. And a different bunny, because I don't feel like sorting through this pile. Let's have the spell bunny. I haven't tried any Redux spells. See if we see any new ones in here. Gross. Spell damage, extra projectile. It's a pretty good roll in the smithies. The crit chance roll is wasted, but other than that, that's good. Too bad we can't clear the floor of loot to make bunnies easier. Buffmeister was nerfed, I heard. Yeah. It only does the bonus element thing. That's still powerful, though. That's the thing. We always meant it when we said if Buffmeister just had the bonus element, it'd still be busted, and yeah. But it's not of the category, like, I'd never use it now. It's just, I don't want to use it. if that makes sense. It just doing one thing is forgivable. I think they'll address the fact that bringing Twin Soul Redux keeps tilt mods, elements, gains all the benefits. I don't think they have a way to, but it's very clearly not intended for that to work that way. So, I doubt they're going to account for that in any way. I believe there's only one spell added, that's what Moxie said. Okay. Yeah, I do not know one way or another, so I will keep that in mind. I was told that it's very difficult to make spells, so I didn't expect much. At least not to start. You know, we don't know what they got in the pipeline for Redux. No, it's just two rain bolts next to each other. Awkward. I think some truly disgusting builds could come out of it. I mean, that's what happens when you put two massively impactful parts on an item that's not supposed to have them. They definitely didn't balance Omega Rush around having multiple hilts. Like, there's got to be a reason why they didn't give it hilt mods. So, yeah. I like to see some guns from other games that weren't good when they make them good. Not really my alley, but who knows? So for the Legendary Extinction Calamity, it's just Torg's version of Magic Missile. Game's chugging along. Curse of Malice is Torg. I just wanted to verify that because I couldn't remember. But yeah, Curse of Malice is a Torg spell. Torg has a spell and a melee weapon. Like the Infinity. I think the Infinity's had enough chances, and we should accept that it's just doomed to be shit. But that's just my opinion. Take those big ounces. For silly farming strats. So, I was unable to replicate it so far today. I'm not giving up on it in general, but shelved it for now. But last night off stream vocal, I accidentally knocked the Dragon Lord off the pyramid to his death while fighting him. Like he just fell and died, and it skipped 2 phases. So that was pretty cool. And we did go and farm a pearl today. This one. It's not very good. It's okay. But it's something I want to build around. Don't have the build up and running for it yet. Cool to see the Infinity gimmick on a different weapon type, though. I mean, isn't that like the most basic possible gimmick you could do in a game, like, genre built around doing interesting things? Isn't shoot longer, like, literally the most basic thing? It's just not interesting to me. And, like, shoot longer in a game where you can make guns that have their own effects shoot longer. Looks cool? You look cool. Chad owns the Infinity in every realm known to mankind. Chad's got some actual use in that game, I'll tell you that much. So wait, what if I put Omega Rush on the Dire Sac build? I could, like, lunge to a target and then Dire Sacrifice? Maybe Omega Rush plus Livewire plus Blast Chill would be, like, good enough single target? Let's try it. It's my inventory. I got 2 slots. Easy. Should grab that Sword Explosion too. What's the Pearl Melee do? It swings really fast and it's got a lunge. So if you look at the stats, the crit damage is terrible. The crit chance is good. The swing speed is by far the highest. And the base damage is quite good, especially for a fast swinging weapon. So it's got good swinging DPS on average. Just not good crits. But it's got a lunge. As long as your feet are on the ground. So maybe we can get some value. We got Blast Chill. Do I want Iron Squall with this? Do I need Iron Squall with this? Let's be honest. I'm getting Blood Frenzy from my armor. Let's do a quick little respec. Bad egg with that. Maybe? Not on this build, but maybe on another build. I don't need to go that far. What am I doing? Brain no worky. I gotta do the burr tree first. I guess I should take savagery here. I like having unyielding, but I don't need unyielding. Try that. Okay. Melee sack. No melee anyone's sack, please. Yeah, I'm unsure how this will go. I really want those insight rings. Didn't I grab some? I'll Omega Rush your sack, then Feral Surge away. You can't Surge and sack. You don't have the stamina for that. That's why you're only allowed to pick one. Meleeing his own sack. Sounds like a Friday night. the room covers, Sack backs away. I didn't know you were a Graveborn, Dex. Where did my insight rings go? Oh, I totally put them on the other thing. Reject humanity becomes Zan. Zanity. Anyone remember which save? Was it this one? It was this one. I remembered. I'm goated. Oh wow, these suck. Guess I'll use that one. Use one Insight Ring, one Demon Blight, I guess. I have two of them here. Put them both away. No reason I can't just grab both. Okay, so what we're trying to do is flail around in between triggering our sack. I think maybe this could solve our bossing problem to a degree. I forgot to make a spot before I open this, so now I need to suffer the bank twice. Okay. Redux add bag or bank space. They did add bag space. Adding bag space would probably just make the problem worse. But they did add bag space. It's 100 in Redux, which is, more. Larger sack space? True. It's not the damage I was hoping for, I'll be honest. Certainly looks like you're doing a lot, but like, you're not. At least the sack ain't lacking true. Redux made my sack larger in multiple ways. 5 out of 5 would download again. There you go. Glowing endorsement. Look how little damage he does. That's embarrassing. Common Wastard L. Maybe a different tree combo would make it better. The Omega Rush? Yeah. This is not the build concept I had in mind for the Omega Rush when I was mentioning how to optimize around it. This is just a passing thought of, hey, this other build we had a hole in it. Does this fill the role? Not really, but it's fun. Because, like, here's the lunge. You get a pretty long-range lunge, the Omega Rush. Like, lunge into Dire Sack, it's pretty cool. The thing is, this build is another perfect example of Twin Soul would be better, because Twin Soul, we could have Echo Caustic here, or Echo Ancient, and it would be so much stronger. So, back to the drawing board for this build's melee weapon, but it's certainly fun. I think my earlier assertion of the use case of this being Feral Surge. This seems like a Feral Surge weapon. Sitting through that. So put this back away. To make room somehow. Yeah, I'll take that snake stick. Try the Feral Surge setup. With Omega Rush, see what happens. I think my save is set up for that. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. We're about to find out. If my saves list would scroll. Reminds me of my baseball career. Made plenty of contact. My swings never really went anywhere. Pain. Yeah, my neighbor invited me to go swinging, but I told him I wasn't good at baseball. That was just kind of the end of that conversation. This is a challenge run one I did. This should work. I should get a gun. Oh, I can just that. Yeah, those are Twin Souls. This game worth it? How many times have you asked that and gotten no, out of curiosity? Of course, someone who's streaming the game is going to tell you some variation of yes. I'll try to get a little more specific for you. If you like build crafting and dungeon crawling, yes. If you like the narrative experience of like a Borderlands playthrough, despite this not being a Borderlands game, we refer to them as lands, called collectively. I think this is some of the better writing that Gearbox has done in a Lands game. They did some good character writing in this game, in my opinion. I think the maps have good layouts. I think that the atmosphere is pretty nice. You got some character customization. There's a lot to like in the game. Some of the downsides of this game are that if you don't like very specific kinds of gameplay loops, it might get old for you quickly. Have you played Diablo 3 by any chance? That's like my go-to comparison. Kevin, why are you meowing at my door again? What are you doing, cat? Yeah, 3 and 2. Okay, so the end game content of this game, the Chaos Chamber, it's basically rifts in Diablo 3. It's basically rifts. So if you like rifts, you'll like this game. That's the cleanest comparison. Thanks. Oh, you're very welcome. I don't know what enchantment we've been rolling for. Cat, why are you like this? He doesn't need anything, he's just being cat. Oh yeah, I'll put that on there. Destiny with Nightfall's Dungeons. I've never played Destiny 2, and my memory of Destiny 1 is vague enough that I don't remember, but yeah, I'll take your word for it, Mr. Adblock. Okay, so Feral Surge. What do we pair with this class-wise? Clawbringer would give us some ability damage if we went down that far the tree. That far down the tree, I can't speak. But I don't know that we would. Go Stabomancer for some swing speed. Could we get all the way down to Wrath of Nature? Spore Tree? Claw. Like, what armor am I gonna use? I'm using this right now. For Icebreaker and Cold Snap. Let's kill a bunch of ads and boss for Nightfalls and dungeons or that but twice. Cool. Blightcaller makes some sense here. Blightcaller makes a lot of sense actually, because I could find some way to do poison for Bogdown. What's this build for? Feral Surge. We're gonna try the Pearl melee weapon with Feral Surge. I guess Clawbringer makes the most sense here. Let's figure out what we want in the Bird Tree first, though. I normally would never go max Ancestral Frost, but we're trying something different. Claw, I choose you. There's also the option of just doing a massive burr over spec. For stab for melee. We're going all the way down the burr tree so we don't get access to Alchemical Agent, which is the biggest reason you'd go melee for Staba. You have Exploit their weakness over in Staba tree as well, and haste, so like we might still end up doing that. but that's why it's not immediately Stabo. It's probably still going to be Stabo for exploit reasons. Like 17 points. We could still get Storm Breath over on Claw. Like, we could have max, whatever the ability damage skill is, and then Storm Breath. We'd have Oath of Thunder. But, like, Use Clawber armor so you can get awe and still have burr power. I don't have any armor for that right now. I don't think. Let me look. Check my backpack. Does Clawber roll awe? You gotta keep it tides here. Claw Stavo. I know, never mind. Yeah, I didn't think it did. Burr, Blight, Cape. Ability damage, melee damage, extra point and blast chill. 4 Ancestral Frost. Maybe that's value here. Amnesia is so good to have here, though. Like, really hard to pass up. Especially because Burr doesn't have global damage. That's conditional. Yeah, Burr Claw has Blast Chill. I think I'll stick with this. So, exploit their weakness is Fresh Malt. We'd also be getting Haste for swing speed and move speed. We'd be getting Potent Poisons, which would boost our Empowering Sigil dot by a fair amount. I'm inclined to go that route. Cool to see endgame armors with 45% and 1 tree's power instead of 30-45 split, 30-15 split between. I don't think those would get much use, for being honest. It's like the presence of a class power stat is more important than how much it is in a lot of cases, because it's like a fresh multiplier. So like even if you only have, say, 10%, as long as it's there, that's an extra category you're filling out. The difference between having 0 and 10 in this case is generally going to be bigger than the difference between having 10 and 30. So like since your amulet can only get 1, if your armor can only get 1, and more than one class power type benefits you, then like you end up just completely neglecting something. I could still get sneak attack. That's going to be a lot of amnesia bonus. Follow-up is conditional, right? I'm not going to shoot, though. Why am I asking that? Curse skill tree. Cursed, I tell you. Okay, since this is protagonizer, we max skill recovery. I guess we do crit damage. And I guess we do crit chance. Actually, maybe instead of crit chance, do a little... I'm gonna want that tank. Really gonna want that tank. Okay, now we just gotta go get my Omega Rush. Still get sneak attack, it's fun to hear. Yeah, they made that skill actually valuable. There's definitely a change. Now I can reroll my body rune now. Stun kill, good joke. Ammo regen, good joke. Also, lower values in gear helps make some of the low value skills less trash. Yeah. Like, getting gun damage in skill tree is actually desirable now. Whereas before, it was just, for the most part, you had enough that it was a meme. A post-ad ability crit chance in that chat? Yeah, yeah, on over here. Post-ad ability crit chance for 6 seconds after a melee kill. Really cool. Arsenal looking kind of tasty now for some niche stuff. I don't know if I'd go that far. Let's take a step back, because that would still involve taking something other than haste or potent poisons in T1. And like, if you're taking exploit their weakness, then you benefit from potent poisons. And if you're not taking exploit their weakness, you're playing wrong. Or like arse anal. Tell him. You tell him, Mr. Sean. Tell him all about that anal arse. Favorite flavor of Kool-Aid? I don't have one. It's probably been like 7 or 8 years since I've had Kool-Aid. No, actually, I had some more recently than that. It's been about 6 years. Cult flavor based. Love a loadout function. That'd be really cool. I agree. All 3 buffs apply. Headshot, what do you mean all 3 buffs? This health bug totally is. It's a tutorial, I don't have to care. Yeah, if you do an area transition in this game, you get the chaos bug. You need to save quit after like everything. Oh, all 3 buffs from Arsenal, right. Yeah, Arsenal is so forgettable, I forgot that it was a conversation. Can't do Deadshot Sabo. Not with that attitude. Or at all, but that doesn't make me wrong. Man, my game does not like me going to Bright Hoof. It complains for like a full 20 minutes afterwards. I shouldn't have did that. Redux Stabmatic at gun damage? Yeah, it's a gun that scales with melee. Actually, I don't know if it gets gun damage. I don't know. It's not melee anymore as damage source. It's damage source gun. But it scales with melee. It might be like a Queen's Cry situation, where, like, Queen's Cry doesn't get gun damage, but it still is gun damage. But, like, it doesn't alchemical agent anymore. It instead, it can now, like, sever the thread and Geist and, you know, that stuff. I was briefly talking to Dr. Seven about it, and people are knee-jerking and saying that it's bad now that it does an alchemical agent, but I was saying that, like, I think it might be net stronger now that it can do that other stuff. Like, you can Exi Blade off of your Stab-O-Matic now. Think about that. Mainly hurts melee builds that need range utility. Like, I don't need it usually anyways. How does it hurt them? It still scales with melee damage, Rune. The only thing it doesn't get from that anymore is Alchemical Agent. And you don't need that for it to do damage. And any melee builds that didn't have Alchemical Agent, well, it's stronger now. Like, it swaps it from getting Oath of Thunder to getting Oath of Fire. But, like, it still gets an Oath. If that's enough confident opinion reasoning makes me want to try and some stuff. Yeah, I'm optimistic about it. Like, I guess the biggest thing is for non from the shadows, it's harder to make it crit now. But like, aw. Spore now has a lot more gun crit chance. Actually, Stab-O-Matic on Spore sounds interesting. Because this should mean it can play the angles now. Now you can aim it at weak points. Yeah, now you can aim it at weak points. Now it can play the angles. Like, it just seems stronger. Spore Burst, Stab-O-Matic. Probably just Spore Blight. You get play the angles and Geist in the Shell. That's that. Yeah, Omega Rush just kind of sucks. That's the conclusion I'm coming to here. It's a gunslinger with 5 points in savagery. It's funny, so I'll pick it up. Moved right before Blight release, missed out on that, don't know anything about Blight. Blight is like the... If Spore is the gun class, Blight is the only one that really competes with it. For guns. Blight's also the dot class. So it's good at a lot of stuff. What does Blank Slate do? By default, all Blank Slates give you an increase to XP earned, but they can also roll with substats that give them other things. That armor for Stab-O-Matic. Yeah. Yeah. That armor could go for Stab-O-Matic, sure. Oh, Feral Surge on Drill. This seems silly. This doesn't seem like this will go anywhere. I don't know what to do. Well, actually, I do know exactly what to do. Boom. Solved. Give me a different boss this time. Quitter? Yes. Knowing when to quit is king shit. I'm a poet. One day this melee weapon will do damage. Hey, I killed something. Wait, that just ate my Feral Surge. I Feral Surge and nothing happened. Oh no, is this BL3? How dare you know what you're capable of? Just download more Feral range. But the Feral Surge pricing, I need to wait for it to go down. It's just last call. So. Okay, Gargle Snot, you're really fucking annoying. In this economy? Yes, sir. The takeaway here is that the Pearl melee weapon is not good. Last hope for it, Blood of the Fallen, Ghostblade, while you stand there and swing it. That's pretty much all I can think of for it at this point. The gimmick's neat, but there's better gap closers, such as this action skill. And its DPS profile is just, like... If it didn't have the terrible crit damage, it might be good, but it being dark magic locked, it not having hilt mods, it's not very good. Like, where's the damage? Great for movement if we did not have dash. That's an excellent point. Like, why line up this when you can do that? At least we got LeChance. We can actually maybe kill him. Maybe. Oof. I don't know, chat. Granted, I don't have much in the way of melee damage, but I have about the amount of melee damage my Ghostblade build had. I'm not applying crossbolts right now, so I'm gonna chalk it up to that. Like, Feral Surge seems to be stronger against a single target. I don't know, man. Do I have a Twisted Delusion? I do. Better. Still, don't know, man. Is it better than Blizzard? Redux Blizzard might be better. Redux Blizzard augment looks crazy good. And like they gave it area damage as well. Like, an Ancient Tilt Rage Handle just completely outclasses this, right? Like, no contest. Fast enough. Prefer pickaxe for consistency, but yeah, same thing. Pickaxe, being pickaxe. Like, it's not like you can't make it viable. This kind of proves you can. But why would you use this over any other melee weapon? At least any other decent melee weapon. I'm just trying to figure it out. I know it sounds like a string of complaints. A stream of thought. It's gotta be that deploy Ghostblade while also swinging your own weapon strat. That's gotta be this thing's area. Favorite melee is Banshee? Banshee's a great melee weapon. That was a lot of density. The corpses were still shattering. Hey, a fair share. Do we try Fair Share on Feral Surge? We could change Feral Surge to different elements with this. Burr Power Primary rolled ability damage. I'm down to try that. So now Feral Surge is Lightning. Ooh, which means... So we could take this and then... Okay, here's what we'll do. Exit this. I'm running to the bathroom. I'm gonna come back. We're gonna respect a Clawbringer and try Lightning Feral Surge. BRB. Okay, me back. Yeah, do I have a curse wood on the save? No. If we're doing non... Nah, we're still a berserker. No need curse wood. That's fine. Fear gun builds, I assume it's only redeeming features of global curl passive. Yeah, and even then, like, I would rather have, say, LeChance's leg for the reload speed and move speed, or Big Ounce for the splash radius, or Pickaxe for the spell and action skill cooldown and move speed, or anything with Echo or Amp. Pan for the passive reflect, yeah. Okay, surely with 2 Blast Chill and a bunch of ability damages we're about to get, we'll see some value, right? Level with the Thunder, too. Take an extra point of melee damage. It's fine. How to survive is much more interesting part of the build in Wonderlands and previous titles. Yeah, you don't have the easy out of lifesteal, and I think that enhances the depth of the game by a lot. A lot. So I need more lightning element stuff. I don't want to move these catatumbos. I have random lightning guns fucking anywhere. Please have lightning guns. Hate you. Well, I guess I'm moving my catatumbos. I'm totally gonna forget about them. We need it for the ability damage. So that gives us 3 stacks of Dragon's Fury. That's 30% ability damage. That's not bad. We could ideally get more, but this thing is dark magic locked. So that sucked. Wish Shroom wasn't so fragile that its aggro draw isn't so risky. The Spore class power helps out a lot with that, and you could always put down like a Fortifying Sigil to help it. In vanilla, there's that enchant where you can reload for another very massive heal, but that appears to be gone in Redux. But Fortifying Sigil plus Spore class power does a lot at least. That Chaos Bug. I can't tell. Do we save good to be sure? Oh wait, hang on, nothing's dying now. Okay. That was just a very delayed Feral Surge. Wild. You know the craziest thing about this? A random purple with Echo would give me more here. Because all of that damage I'm doing to all the other enemies with Livewire and Feral Surge and my Empowering Sigil and all that, Echo would let me have single target off of that. Having some Awe Armor could make the Feral Surge crit more, but I don't think the Feral Surge is the problem here. I think it's that even when the Omega crits, it just doesn't do anything. Make it work, bro, melee. We're trying! Rune's got a vanilla build. Blood of the Fallen, Ghostblade. This weapon's probably only good on that. Or at least I should say only more worth using than other weapons on that. That'd be more accurate terminology. I'm tanky, but that's about it. And the cryo debuff from Feral Surge is kind of being wasted because my melee weapon's Dark Magic. Add my buddy Keith to this game. Keith, these nuts. Did I do it right? No? Oh, okay. Now Keith. This is a shame. This is like a fun build on paper, but in practice, just where's the damage? I know, lightning against Alyssa right now. There's enough happening in this build that shouldn't be a problem. Hopefully it's glory at all. Let me look. You haven't remember what the bonus element is in vanilla? 30% sounds the same. It's like the same description. hope the bonus element lasts after death save. That'd be cool. If it was like a fixed duration that was triggered by going down, and you could like go down and then do your thing. That'd be cool. Kind of like Indomitable on Clawbringer. Lasts for a bit after it triggers. Understand the Omega only working on ground just counteracts the new movement. Yeah. But somehow work in tandem with Indomitable to be cracked. If it was like... What if it was like Last Stand and Indomitable and stuff like that, where if you take damage below a certain threshold, it triggers for a certain amount of time and like has a cooldown? That'd be cool. I would love for this game to have more support for like low health shenanigans like that. One of the reasons why Deathless doesn't see as much use in this game is because it's not as offensively relevant as it is in BL3. Besides it also being more risky than it is in BL3. And before anyone goes there, yes, I know this isn't BL3, but it's the same item. So granted, it is in a different slot. I think it was Holo who brought that up a while ago. That's a good point to make. Like, it's competing with the armor slot, rather than, say, the amulet slot. Gluttony, and that's it. There's the rings that increase below HP threshold, that are weaker than rings that have an easier condition. I think there's an item in Redux, like a gun that gets dark magic damage if you're low HP. I think. Which game do you say has more build diversity? BL3 just because there's more items. Simply because there's more items. If Wonderlands had the same amount of items as BL3, Wonderlands would have massively more. Like, it's close enough that I had to pause to think about it. I do think BL3 has a little bit more. Palette cleanser. Let's throw some hammers for a little bit. Omega idea of vampire and range activate below 50%, something like that. Just giving it some sort of hilt mod. Like, I don't know which one. Like, giving it a hilt mod would help it, but like it's just got a bunch of other stuff fighting it. Like, the crit damage being low. When I say it's low, it's low. Like, we don't use Fate Breakers for raw damage output because the crit stats are terrible. And Fate Breaker has more than twice as much crit damage. If you're using a Fate Breaker, you're using it for the effect, not for the damage output. Yet the Fate Breaker would probably be better damage dealer than Omega Rush. Especially now that Fatebreaker birds are now melee. Oh, it would definitely be a better damage dealer. That shit hits 4 times per swing. half as fast as Omega, but hits 4 times as much. Or more than double the crit damage. And more base damage. The birds are melee now? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So, like, Ragnarok is terrible. Omega Rush is terrible. Fatebreaker might be insane. Oh, Baron's gonna love that? Yeah, definitely. Also doesn't help Deathless that something as powerful as you read isn't in Wonderlands. Yeah. Like, think about everything Fatebreaker brings to the table here. Restores your wards, gives you the ability to deal ranged damage that still counts as melee, and melee range is dealing 4 instances of melee, 3 of which are splash, can get help mods, can roll every element, has high base damage, has serviceable crit chance. The crit damage is a bit lackluster, but, you know, that's... we've seen that it can be worse. Like, Fatebreaker is probably cracked. Birds are soaked compatible, yeah. My game did not like that. Half the things I tried abusing Deathless with just don't work, because sometimes it acts like you're full HP. Right, like in vanilla, the full HP enchant is the one that works with Deathless. This game's fighting Fatebreaker. It doesn't want us to do it. Missed. Bad hit. Not great crit damage is fine since 3/4 is damage to splash. Make it work, Fatebreaker. Ah, alright, we gotta. I'll hit Melee Bunny on this run. And we'll try to get some good Fatebreakers. I grabbed 2 from when Mr. Sean was nice enough to let me hop in his game. But I need more elements and stuff. I was grabbing it for different purposes. You know, Fatebreaker is probably better for gun builds as well, because not only does it refill your amp shields, but like, you could wear a Universal Soldier with a Fatebreaker and have 4 chances to trigger per swing. Potentially more if your splash radius makes the birds hit multiple enemies. Hey Mozilla, doing well today? Doing great, how are you? Any changes to Fatebreaker beyond damage to the birds? I don't think so. I don't know of any other changes made. Do you know, Kevin? I don't think he knows. Goodbye, Dragon Lord. Swing Fatebreaker, fire toward gun, birds hit while firing, get more stickies. Yeah. Oh, wait, what the fuck? You phased? I didn't know you phased because your health bar didn't. He's cheating. Sir? Off work, doing well now? Glad to hear. Yeah, I think Fatebreaker might have, in Redux, jumped to like beyond S tier. Based on how, like, the implications of those birds being slash. Do I have one in my inventory by any chance? I do. What happens if I just, with like no investment or anything, how much do you do? That's doing noticeable damage. Do we just use Fatebreaker on every melee build now? You seeing this shit? This is just a random fucking Fatebreaker I had in my bag. Bro, chemical agent Fatebreaker? Yeah. Is this just the melee weapon now? Even out with 123 reward? Yeah, I wouldn't want to use this with Cursed Wit. I have a level 3 Cursed Wit on right now, so that's why my ward's tiny. Here, I'll switch for you. It racks, it stabs, it was meant to be. Still get very big hammer throws with the Fatebreaker. But now I can do this during my downtime. Easy melee drill fight? True! True. And like, legitimately, compared to a lot of other melee weapons, Fatebreaker's base damage ain't bad. Melda and Fyodor solved. We gotta test it. Fucking maybe. Fatebreaker with amp shield. Fatebreaker with amp and amp shield and stab-o-matic. Oh yeah, your gameplay loop is just shoot once, do that, shoot once, do that. This is without investing? Yeah, this is with just the Fatebreaker I happened to have. Much less a good Fatebreaker. Kevin, come on, what is your deal today, buddy? He's Kevining. He's Kevining as Kevin as he possibly can Kevin. Getting a shit ton of swing speed with this weapon as well. Listen, man, he's just a little guy. He is just a little guy. He's just a little guy. He's just a little guy. It's like Redux is the vanilla game now. Like I said, day one, I could see myself leaving this mod on long term. Elements can come in all, I'm pretty sure. Pearl Shield could help with swing speed. Could. Could. What other slots of Pearl? We could just have a random Pearl gun in our hand, right? Is there a Pearl gun that has a melee attachment anywhere, chat? Because if we hold that, then we get the bonus that way. My hand isn't free because this cat is demanding that I pet him. He's right behind my chair. Like, watch him move. Oh, no, his claw's stuck in the back of the chair. Are you happy now? Oh, now he got me. Come on. Come on. There we go. Okay, yeah, we gotta hit the melee bunny. We need more fate breakers. I have a fire one. I have 2 fire ones here. These are low level. I need higher level fate breakers. Shields go with fate breaker. Body rune most likely, because Bad Egg and Curse Wit would be out. You wouldn't really want anything that wants your shield to be depleted. A plus side of Fatebreaker is it would give you more uptime of Dedication and Flawless Edge, if you have those skills. Crying Apple? We talked about Crying Apple yesterday. I kinda completely forgot about it. Double Brimming Spirit Rune? Yeah, that's a lot of tank. That is certainly a lot of tank. And you still get the standstill damage. Gotten the Pearl Shield. There's 2 of them, supposedly. I've gotten 1. Thing with the Fatebreaker is it's sourced from Dragon Lord, right? We can't escape Dragon Lord. We can't escape him. Static charge would just be capacity. Wouldn't really provide us anything beyond a big number. Did nothing come with the cheese. It's something I need to throw more attempts at. I was not able to replicate it. So, no groundbreaking discoveries yet in that department. Oh, this side is really cool, by the way. Morkanar's Divine Protection. The fire resist is nice. Alright, let me put a more proper melee weapon on for now. Your favorite boss to fight in Wonderlands? I really like Barkenstein. Probably Barkenstein. How about you guys? Mace Wardu, Hammer and Anvil. Yeah. Mace Wardu, Hammer and Anvil would work well. Those would be good shots. I assume no footage because you were off stream, unfortunately. Yeah, I was so upset. Like, I paused the game immediately and put a message in Discord so I wouldn't forget about it. I put it in the Wonderlands channel. I was like, what the fuck? I don't play this game off stream that frequently, so I didn't think I'd need to be recording. But sure enough. Caster? What about him? Oh, for the agony? Like Barkenstein, except when he jumps away from every melee like a god. Just use the Omega Rush. True. And you could hit 100,000 melees in a row and he still won't be dead. But you'll hit. Your boss is Pigwort based. What times fought Bark was on a poorly optimized melee build. Bark is a lot of fun. That gun looks good. Bark is a lot of fun if you are paying very close attention and have an appropriate method of popping his weak spots. Like loops mechanics? Yeah. The raid bosses are definitely cool in this game. Some of the more thoughtful ones they've ever done. Borderlands is an update. Yeah, they pushed a small update today, which was supposedly to put in the event rotation into the game instead of being hotfixes, and possibly to remove Danuba. Really like Dragonlord as a one-off fight. Sucks to farm though. I agree. Dragonlord works great as like a climactic final exam sort of boss fight. It's just very tedious to farm. Redux made it somewhat better. Somewhat, but you still have to go through more phases than any other fight in the game. And Dragonlord has a bunch of high-profile drops, so it's super awkward. Please trigger Exi-Blade, so I can just hammer throw burn to that. Please. Should be that. Dragonlord also shows it's bad to only use one element and uses them all to teach the player how to make a build. Yeah, Dragonlord's a great final exam boss fight. He takes at least one mechanic from each of the bosses you've fought before. He's got every type of health bar. Like it's a good final fight. I don't know who drops the Carouser in Redux. The Carouser does not exist in Redux. It has been overwritten and changed into a different item that comes from somewhere else. That happened with a bunch of items, just, you know, limitations with how modding works. I've been told that at least some of those items are coming back. I don't know what the timeline or the goal in that department is, but yeah, there you go. That's all the info I have. Dragonlord is a former player character who uses his acquired skills during his campaign. Yeah, narratively, that's very satisfying, huh? Ooh, Lightning Great Axe, not 170. Archmage, sad. Tempted to go Great Axe over Pickaxe for Hammer Throw, because, like, with 6 Awe, or I suppose 4, now that these skills are in the picture. With 4 Awe, that's 13.3 flat. Up to 63% right now, and I'm not really using as much crit chance. Like, this has no crit chance in this ring, and I don't have either Shark's Vein active. Maybe. Because going from 140 to 170 crit damage would be a huge swing. So I don't know if it's worth the loss of consistency. It's like, if we have consistency, that happens on every throw. We don't need that to be stronger. Tooth Raider. Sag. I don't have Exi-Blade either. What am I talking about? I was thinking about Exi-Blade earlier. That's what happens when I hop between builds too quickly. I don't know what the 4 hidden achievements are on Steam. How's Redux, by the way? Redux is great. Very much enjoying. I don't know the Steam achievements. I have the game on Steam, but I play it on Epic, so I don't know. Apologies. Manual transmission. Wish there was a way to target farm like in Godfall. Me too. Godfall has the best loot system in any looter, period. Hands down. Not close. Any fun new potential melee builds this mod adds? Frosher was my favorite. There's definitely some cool ways of using certain melee things. In fact, the reason why we're farming Dragonlord right now is because the Fatebreaker melee weapon got a pretty big buff, and that the birds that come from it are now considered melee damage, which has huge build applications. Simply changing something that isn't melee into being melee in this game is enough to be a massive buff. So like, even despite Fatebreaker's mediocre stats overall, like, the birds being melee is huge. Also, all of the melee action skills got buffed in some way or another. Storm Dragon's Judgment, Cleansing Flames, Ghostblade, and Dreadwind. They were all fantastic, top tier in vanilla, and they're even stronger in Redux with even more supporting features. Executioner's Blade got some buffs. There's a bunch of cool stuff you can do. Do you recommend Godfall and why? I would absolutely recommend Godfall because it has, in my opinion, the best loot system of any looter shooter. It's not a shooter, but of any looter. Because it provides the player lots of different avenues of item acquisition. It gives you a lot of control over everything you do. It's got fantastic build crafting. Enough difficulty in the game that you can really sink your teeth into and grind some stuff out. It's got good content variety. Post-launch support made a huge difference for that game. It improved drastically over time, but it was never marketed aggressively enough, and it's one of those things where people were not willing to give it its second chance. So it never got that huge resurgence that it deserved. But it is a great game. Didn't think I'd like Godfall. It's some of the best fun I've had in the looter. The loot system. Every other looter in the industry should take note. It's also got fun combat. It's got in-depth build crafting. Just a cool game. One of the very few things that I'd say don't do it favors is that it unfortunately is an online-only game. The servers are not always the most stable, and since it's not really too popular of a game, there's always the risk that one day they're like, yeah, we're shutting down servers for this, and then a good game is gone forever, because online only is a fucking plague. Remnant's fantastic too, just like Godfall. Didn't advertise, market enough, both are fantastic. Remnant 2 is generating a lot of hype, Mr. Adblock. I think Remnant 2 is something that's on a lot more radars. So I have high hopes there. You've not done the raid bosses? Yeah, there could be achievements linked to those. Most likely is one for the maker, at least. Remnant? If anything would bring you out of Lurk Priz, it would be that. I remember playing Remnant 1 on release, mostly everyone thought I was crazy. Honestly, cult following, love to see it. It came out in 2019, and 2019 was kind of a stacked year release-wise, so it just got lost in the shuffle. And, like, it was a Dark Souls-inspired game in a year where FromSoft released a game. So, like, that alone undercut it a lot. Like, Sekiro came out that year. And then later in that year, Borderlands 3 came out. The Outer Worlds came out. Like, what else came out in 2019? A lot of games. Was that Modern Warfare reboot? That was another popular one. I think it just got lost in the shuffle for a while. Me? You came out in 2019? Proud of you. Live your truth. Be the best version of you. Honestly, fishing in near because the completionist in me is a problem. Needed a distraction. That distant hammer throw is so satisfying. Didn't crit. Sad. I'm not even here for the pearl. I just want fate breakers. I just want fate breakers. No, I've been live for 6.5 hours again. I was gonna do a shorter one today. Short relative to how long Redux streams are. 100% Dying Light. I heard that one was a doozy, huh? Should have done that throw. It's fishing, literally chasing 100% as a number on an info screen. There's zero other reward. It's an issue. On brand for you, Chris. Very on brand. I'm just kind of shocked that, like, this is legitimately just shooting my gun doing good damage in this build that has no gun damage at all. Like, do I have any anywhere? I have none in skill tree. I have 10% from Firebolt and Myth rank. But my gun actually does something. That's crazy. Got a really funny concept for a copy pasta? What's that? Best figured out, just look at world achievement percentage for Steam games and see which ones I've done. I at least have the names now. Nice. 12% gun. How you doing, Mr. Steel? Mr. Steel, have you were you here for when we were losing our minds over Fatebreaker? I think you'll love messing around with that. I've got a note about it to do now. Yeah. It's, it could be the sauce. Fatebreaker could be the Redux melee weapon. You ranted for a couple of paragraphs vaguely about Wonderlands. You had bad political sense, much like the entire time I was talking about how Lotus Creep tells you how to pronounce wyvern. based. I would go to the bunnies for this, but it is simply not efficient, and I don't feel like doing a 25-minute super extended run just to get enough crystals to hit the bunny. Doing Ghostblade things now. I'll give it a go. Trying to get it dropped at some point. Yeah, it's Dragon Lord sourced, so kind of tough to get one. Much less a specific one. I want like a max crit one with a lightning max crit one. Why would you hit a bunny? Because I was hunting wabbits. I'm sorry I had to find out like this, Gage. And Pearl, so more melee attack speed. Yeah, we gotta figure out like which slot to put a Pearl in. For more melee attack speed for this build. Probably gonna be gun slot is what I've decided. Are there any Pearls that have a blade attachment? Like, I don't care what they do gun-wise. Exoblades are like 3 times faster delivery, which is nuts. Yeah, Exoblade is kind of crazy in this. I don't have them all yet? Okay. Like, if none of them have blades, then what I'll do instead is get the debuffing one. Need to actually hold the gun. I assume you do if it works how, like, enchantments require you to have them in your hand for guns. I'm operating off of that logic. What's out? I was gonna suggest. Where does that drop from, Tallulah? Which region? And/or enemy? Because I'll go farm that. That's content. Weep Wild? Spending so much time in Weep Wild. Is it the Ishin guy? That I dismissed for not looking interesting? Yeah, of course it is. That's karma. I assume the Pearl effect acts as an enchant. That's my assumption as well. So that means we probably need it to be an actively equipped item, so either one of these slots or the gun in our hand. The Haitian guy? No, Ishin is the name of a respawnable. Love Redux as people return to areas didn't get much playtime. Yeah, me too. It's a nice feature. Makes the game world feel populated. Okay, let's see. Let me check. Yeah. Okay. Go from here and run until the area looks familiar. Hey Carter, how you doing? My bad, bro. Knew that couldn't be right. Nah, you're good, dude. You're good. That was a funny one. I should get some food at some point today, but I'm still feeling motivated. Cool if they added their own area. It's probably more work than I can fathom. Yeah, I don't see something like that being possible. They could probably change an area to be unrecognizable. But often the way the limitations of this kind of modding works is you need to replace or work within what exists. Can't lie, I got owned by ads. I'm assuming you said hi. I did say hi. Hi, Carter. I said it's good to see you. How you doing? This one, right? It is this one. Good memory, me. Ah, chaos bug. Fun. There a closer respawn station before I make the same mistake I did on that last pearl farm? Oh, there's one right here. Beautiful. Gaming. Okay, I'm back. Hi, Carter. I did say hi. Hello. Fatebreaker, when you want to run like a madman through poison clouds chasing Bark down. Real. You think the projectile speed enchant affects the Fatebreaker? Thanks for testing. Probably not, but like, what if it does? Much more pleasant farm compared to Dragon Lord? Yeah. Imagine me re-rolling enchants, right? How's Redux going? It's enjoyable. We're doing a lot of build crafting today. Got a lot of silly ideas. Did some item testing. It's gun projectile though. It specifies. Is Chaos 10 max for Redux? Yes, Floris. Yes. AoE buffs? Ooh, yeah. Splash radius for Fatebreaker birds could go crazy. Been playing with basically all inactive enchants. I'm doing that on so many of my builds too. I hope they resolve the access to enchants issue soon. But I haven't heard good things about it. Yeah, it just kind of feels like a big content update. It's not like an overhaul that makes the game feel like a different game, which happens sometimes. It just kind of feels like a big content update. So it's like launch month Wonderlands vibes for me, at least. Cat. It's a cat. I have a cat in my lap. He's a cat. Did you know that this cat is a cat? That's you. You're the cat. Pet the pet? I could do that. How you doing, Vince? This area is so weird looking. I keep getting turned around, second guessing where I'm going. Plan on playing after this playthrough, and when I find some time somewhere, what are the biggest gameplay changes? Yeah, there you go. Wonder is the 5 spawns for a save quit coding limit, or is it arbitrary? My suspicion is that maybe there were stability problems putting more than that. I noticed the other day Moxie was having some trouble getting one of them to work. He'd get like one out of it, and then the others would not spawn sometimes. So I imagine there's some sort of ceiling they can't go beyond, and they decided 5 was a good number. Could just be arbitrary though. It's one of those areas I would definitely like more. Like, if they'd let me shit out 20 of these guys at once, I would do it. What day of the week is it? It's Thursday, right? Yeah. Too many games I want to cover stream-wise. After a few seconds reading, I'm convinced. Yeah, the changes all look very good when laid out like that, don't they? But this is the unique enemy farming I mentioned. This is one of the methods, yeah. Some places in the world you'll go and you'll find one of these, and you can spend gold at this to spawn up to 5 copies of the associated unique enemy per save quit cycle. Now, I'm not a fan of the whole dedicated farming scavenger hunt gameplay loop. It is not why I play these games, but I would say that this is more tolerable than other ways, most other ways lands games have handled save quit farming. It's more palatable than the alternatives for me. So even though I don't like doing this, I'm willing to do this, to Redux's credit. So. Not having much luck in the drops department, though. 5 kills per save quit is generous compared to vanilla. Yeah. And then there's another type of respawnable enemy where you can only spawn them once per time you go in, but like you can spend 25 lost souls and then spawn in like a boss that drops a fair amount of loot. So it gives you another soul sink outside of the wheel. That's pretty cool. One of the main reasons I love BL2 still too. After like 8 playthroughs on Sal alone, just massive glitch in the game. I'm aware. He's great too, so that helps. I'm more of a builds guy. Borderlands 3, Wonderlands is where I have most of my time in franchise. And I'm a builds guy. The lost loot machine in Brighthoof will make sure you never lose an item ever again, says the loading screen. Loading screen fails to mention that it does it by giving you 2 copies of the item. Intended. Functional. Well, that's awkward. Guess I'll die. It's a lot harder to lose something if you have two of them. I guess that's technically true. Tabbed? What are you talking about, okay, boys? I ignored the first time you said something that doesn't make any sense. Like, what are you talking about? Well, there's the pearl. That didn't take long at all. And we got a fusion with a point in awe. And I want that too. Pearl farming really not that bad? Yeah. Mulligan. Shots have a chance to return ammo to the mag. Additionally fires a second firing mode, which shoots magma orbs, debuffing enemies on hit. So, the secondary fire mode just debuffs. Like, and it stacks. Mr. Sean, do you remember the numbers offhand from what you saw? Crying Apple versus Dummies, 3,300, 4,400, 6,700-ish damage Novas. Requires a full refill to proc again. Ooh. Pain. Sag. That's disappointing. Zone? Okay. Masher Torg? Yeah. So, like... That's regular. It's the Foundry mode. And then we've got a Magma spawn. And this debuffs. So the idea is we shoot enemies with this and then we hammer them. And simply having this equipped means that we get the pearlescent buff of accuracy, melee speed, and shield regenerate. So that's pretty cool. What do I run on this? We need to enchant this. 3 times possibly? Cool. The less weird slag. I think comparing any debuff to slag is being unfavorable to that debuff. It's nothing like slag. Slag doesn't stack. Yeah, slag consumes an entire element. We should delete slag from our collective memory. Shit game design, it's a shit implementation of a debuff. Oh hey, first roll. Cool. Amazing. Remove Bonyface's soul. Ah, that must be one of the ones that was overwritten. Maintain the Fragnum feels better than the Herald. I'd agree with that. Fire mode. I couldn't see damage numbers there. Wouldn't be a clean test anyway. We can try that against bosses. See what happens. Oh, pigwort. Bye, pigwort. Okay. I like where this is going. Celissa, beautiful. It's from that Fire Ishin guy? Yeah. It was like 10 runs for us to get it. That's regular fire, see if it does decent damage. Yeah. I'm not on a gun build, but considering my my previous stat stick gun was still killing things, this is probably gonna be able to. I think out of all bosses and Chaos Rouse, I've seen Celissa the most, not by a small margin. It seems like it gets stuck on some bosses sometimes. Like, my very first Chaos Climb, I got Celissa more than, like, anything else. Like, on launch, it was crazy how many times I got Celissa. At the time, it was random, so... I mean, that seems like damage. Like, maybe this with, Gunslinger armor over on that Mist Dancer go pretty hard. Like, that's not bad. And the fact that it's ×6 with that's a pretty good base damage value. I'm optimistic. Full auto or semi? Alt fire is full auto. They're both full auto. So, maybe not Gunslinger then. I was firing it like it was semi-auto. It's not. The fact that the alt fire doesn't like deplete and switch, you can just stay on the alt fire forever and treat it like a different gun, that's huge. Like, you don't need to ration your ammo. Been using it all day like a semi-auto? Yeah, I thought it was semi-auto. Apparently full auto. So I don't know if this beats the value of crossbolts, but like the thing is this debuff should be applying to both the throw and the dot, whereas the crossbolts are only going to apply to the throw. So in theory, if I was only doing one, this would be greater value. In theory. Chaos Climb when it was 50. Drill Dragon Lord, Drill Dragon Lord, Drill Dragon Lord, Celissa, Drill Dragon Lord, Drill Dragon Lord. Yeah, yeah. Debuff switch holds big damage. That's not bad. Yeah, that's not bad. This is a pretty fun playstyle, I gotta say. Chums. That's just a bad throw. I mostly missed. Wonder what Miss Answer would do with it. A lot of projectiles means a lot of potential play the angles. The debuff could maybe help Miss Dancer's single target issues. Issue might be a strong word, but you get what I mean. Amulet using. I am using Vorkanar's Divine Protection. Because fire resist and bullet reflect is pretty cool, and it's got a guaranteed double all damage roll, which I don't have any other amulets that have that right now. Clawbringer power. Fire damage isn't as good as lightning damage would be here, but since I have Storm Breath, I at least get a percentage of that to my lightning damage, so it's not wasted. Yeah, I think a pickaxe with, just like a better rolled pickaxe. Just use this one. Why am I not using this one? It's got less crit, but it's got the STJ enchant. Should be using that. I could just get used to using Fatebreaker, though. I feel like that's the... Fatebreaker goes crazy. Quack, should I get chicken, pork, or shrimp chow mein? You're the smartest person I know. I need your help. I'm gonna say you should go with chicken. Chicken, 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 chicken. Haven't had chicken chow mein in a minute, and that sounds pretty good. I had shrimp lo mein like 2 days ago. Please, bunnies. Fatebreaker, please. I would love Fatebreakers. That's a Patty Tantrum. Where's my Fatebreakers? Melee with stuff lying out is very cool. Yeah, that's the weapon we farmed Dragonlord for like an hour for and didn't get any of. Like, we weren't there for the pearl. We're there for what is in vanilla, like, a C-tier melee weapon. Unless you build very specifically, but in Redux, it goes crazy. Yo, first roll. I'm blessed today. 2 items. First roll in a row. Oh. I should save quit. So I don't have Chaos Bug. Chad, it's been 7 hours and I don't feel like stopping. Don't let me keep doing this. This isn't okay. I'm hungry. Rat Jam, my reaction. Daybreaker with Warrior. What do I want on this, realistically? Because, like, the help mods will only apply if I actually make contact with the Fatebreaker itself. I guess I could just Ancient. I guess realistically, I just don't care which one I get, right? I just take the Fatebreaker and go. Take the Fatebreaker of the appropriate element and go. Alright, you should keep going. You know what you're doing, Priz. Fuck you. Maybe I will. Maybe I will. I'm gonna. Redux Quag approved? Definitely. We'll keep going unless you want to. Thank you, Gage, being a responsible human being. I'm not gonna listen to you, but you're a good person. Think of all the save quits you can get by continuing. I hate you. actually just made that noise IRL. I am to please. Please eat if you're gonna continue. Proper nutrition is important. Yeah, I could maybe scope out some food. See what I got. First thought is that that pearl buff to swing speed, very noticeable. Being a good friend, you know it. In your own way. Sure. You're doing as much as you are capable of. Bro, we rack stabbing? We seriously do be rack stabbing. Like, is this just rack stab? 18140 pickaxe. Shock with warrior. That's a hell of a pickaxe. This is unironically rack stab. With shield steel. The damage is pretty crazy. And we're tanky because this is Fatebreaker. Like, this isn't even a good Fatebreaker. Crit chance on this one? 12%. I think you can have 10, 11, or 12. So I guess we have the highest crit chance, but I want the one that has, I think you can get 110% crit damage. I want at least some amount of crit melts on it. Oh, I died during my hammer throw. It's okay. We got Fatebreaker. Killed the enemy so fast it didn't register as a kill. That's full battery with that. Doesn't full battery require you shooting? Well, actually, no, it's either on taking damage or shooting. Full battery is one of those things I've heard people get value out of, but I've never been able to replicate that. Like, is it copium? Are they attributing power to the full battery when it's actually like Buffmeister or something? Like, what's happening with that? Anyone have personal experience with that item? Oh, I dotted myself. It's okay. I can heal from Fatebreaker. Just heal my shields through my own dot. Fine to apply lightning dots, but are they lightning dots of value? Do they like do any damage? Like, does it kill things? Was there a bug where full battery didn't deal any damage? It was Storm Surge and Tide Sorrow that didn't deal damage. They apply their dot, but the lightning bolt that you see doesn't actually do anything. Right outside of pre-C50-ish. That's still pretty decent, especially as far as gear damage source stuff goes. It's better than others. Yo, that's a Fatebreaker. Ooh, it can get 120%. Vampire. Do we just take that and go? I feel like maybe we just take that. I have a bunch of low-level stuff taking up space here. Yeah, I'm okay with just taking that. Now we gotta re-roll that one. Probably good enough? Probably. I want an elemental one, but I'll settle. This has a much better crit mult. Like, that's gonna be huge for our damage. We have a little less crit chance, but a lot more damage. Just need to get that enchant again, which we're gonna get first roll. That would have been so fucking funny. In my experience, you either get it on the first roll or you don't get it at all. It's 50-50, either you get it or you don't. Breathe the full battery thing again. Are you out of ads now, Butter? Okay, there we go. I could change out one of these. Yeah. To my knowledge, full batteries lightning bolt has always worked. The bugged ones that don't do anything are Storm Surge and Tide Sorrow, the melee weapons. All enchants roll on all items. I don't think so. There's some that I'm pretty sure are gun only, and some that I'm pretty sure are ward only. Like, I haven't seen the Dreadwind one on anything except wards. I haven't seen the Stabomancer from the Shadows one on any except gun. I haven't seen the Feral Surge one on any except spell. So there's at least a couple that are locked. Like the Ghostblade one is still spell only, I'm pretty sure. As it is in vanilla. Special event run is fucking so long. They've done it a few times, and it's just a great run. I wish they would keep it in the game permanently, because it is so fun to optimize your route through there. Take, like, if you elite every room, take every hardest curse, it's a real fun difficulty spike as well. It's fun to play with friends, and at least in Redux, it is the most profitable chamber playlist. So enjoy it while it's here if you're playing Redux. Chance don't stack? I have no idea, but I'm operating under the assumption that they don't. Yeah, if this Stormclaw had area damage, that'd be ideal. I'll nullify first room and some other nasty ones than the last life, like room 30 or something here. It should be 29 rooms if it's the same as... like 28, 29, 30 rooms if it's the same as previous ones. This is Chaos Bug, isn't it? Yeah, it is. What's crazy is this isn't the strongest build we can get. Oh yeah, we can get way stronger. Like that area damage passive over here would be huge. A more optimal amulet would also be good. This is just a good one to have right now. Having an additional charge on my Fate Breaker, not my Fate Breaker, my Tide Breaker. I have Fate Breaker and Tide Breaker. It's the Breaker build. Would let me stack up my cooldown even higher. That'd be nice. Body Rune might not be the play here, but we'll see. And better rings would probably be in order. Though those are fine for right now. And the Fate Breaker could be better. Yeah, like there's definitely Game Break, Rack Stab. official. What are we naming the pet that has to do with Breaker? I don't want to take Game Breaker because that's Moxie's build. Fate Breaker, Vampire, Selective Amnesia, Reaper Bones, full battery. Sounds fun. Cat Breaker? No, we don't want to break cats. Or is it a cat that breaks things? That's just a cat. V2 Amara? Why are you like this? Cat ass trophy. So, you've heard of the Fate Breaker. Have you heard of the Mate Breaker? Mate Breaker was my nickname in college. Of course it was, Control. Of course it was. What is happening? Hey Priz, look at my melee build. Look at my melee build. Look at the melee damage that's happening. Eventually I'm gonna get one of my college roommates in here to confirm all this shit. I believe you. Proud of you? No, you're not. You hate it. You're just saying you're proud of me to make me stop. Holy shit. That was a dot tick. No, this is Wonderlands, I couldn't care. I'll get you next time. I'll find a game to do melee in a way that pisses you off. Other than all the games I already do that in. Shame maker. Just call your Vermintide builds melee. Enjoy the stream, been on the fence about reinstalling Wonderlands. Gonna do it now, maybe Redux as well. Time to go play some Middle Earth Warhammer. Enjoy your day. Hey, thanks for hanging out, Beaver. I appreciate it. I appreciate you. Glad to spread the enjoyment of this. I'm having a great time. That's gonna be dumb strong. I'm so excited. Yeah. Common Claw Stalker W. I completely missed that hammer throw. That is peak skill issue. There's also just weird stuff going on. Like, I'm using a fire debuff with soaked. Like, I guess the debuff from it isn't... It's like coming from a fire thing, but in my head I'm like, huh. Whatever you gotta do for a stat stick. Y'all got any more of those stat sticks? Level shenanigans are required to get you to your first remnant 2 playthrough melee only with me. Fuck it, I'll do that. If we can use abilities too. So, can we make it no guns? I'll do no guns for a first playthrough. As long as we can use shit like Blink. Cool. Fine, but I host? Ooh. Fine. Fine. You know, okay, deal. Chat witnesses these negotiations. So glad to see people love Remnant as much as I do. Priz tried to get me to play it for years, Mr. Adblock. And like, I never paid enough attention, and then one day I did, and I was like, holy shit, this game's incredible. How far did these go? Far enough? Far enough. Amazing. Also, Remnant hit Switch like a month ago. Really? Oh, shouldn't have told me that. Shouldn't have told me that. I didn't need that information. Watch me get a Fate Breaker now. No. My potential unique rarity spoilers? Nah, feel free. I've put enough time in Butter that, like, anything other than specific pearl effects of pearls I haven't seen, anything other than that, I'm cool with. Switch likes porting Souls likes that it can play at 20 FPS. Priz, I play everything at 20 FPS. I don't. Well, I don't set to 20 FPS, but I get 20 FPS. I see the contract on it. Any Fate Breakers? Y'all got any of those Fate Breakers? Rage Handle. There are no Fate Breakers. We need additional Fate Breakers. Must construct additional Fate Breakers. Pylons. Also lurk time. Joy lurk. Pretty sure there's a unique COV pistol or gimmick is high melee barrel. Ah, yeah, I think I saw something about that. It's from some quest. Need to find a character that's already done that quest so I can just hit a bunny on them. Or, you know, maybe I look up, see what quest it is, and go check that out. Depends on how high the melee boost is. And honestly, now that we found this thing, I'm resistant. And if it's Skulldugger, it can't shell casing. I'm trying to talk myself out of going to get that, if you didn't catch on. Making sure there's receipts control. Understandable. Hey, more Dragon Lord. Alright, I gotta use my Fate Breaker, my Tide Breaker, and my Mate Breaker. Does that agree with pure evil? Sam understands exactly what I put myself through every day. Holy launch? What was that? What was that? Sam has played one boss fight with me as host who haven't played Remnant since. Mr. Glenn, how you doing? Or should I just say mad? Mad? That was a cliff? I guess that is what that was. Special Verona is by far the hardest Wonderlands felt for me. That was cool. I didn't realize what I was getting into. Yeah, it's such a cool thing. This is one of the things that, I wish had gone appreciated more when Wonderlands is being actively updated. Like, they really did try a lot of different stuff with featured runs. I wish they had gone further, trying more things. I don't know how much of their desire to do that was affected by reception. And I guess we'll never know. But they did a lot of experimentation with like one-off chamber runs. It's cool stuff. Glenny, we're playing Rackstab. We officially named the save Rackstab. Hey, Boom. What? Rackstab. Racks, and they stab. Redux Fatebreaker birds are melee damage, and they're cracked. So it's rack stab. Try Redux this weekend. I think you're gonna have a good time. What is this clip? Fatebreaker Wyverns are melee damage and Redux. Yeah, that's the crazy thing we were talking about earlier. Probably. Going to dash himself off a cliff. Probably. I would be surprised if... Yeah, you know what? It happened. You're correct. Yeah, so Fatebreaker deals 4 instances of melee splash per swing. Or sorry, 3 instances of melee splash, 1 instance of non-splash melee. Restores your shields by 100% of what each of the wyverns do. Has decent crit damage, not fantastic, but decent. Has okay crit chance, has decent base damage, rolls at every element. The attack speed isn't fantastic, but the fact that you get 4 instances of damage per swing, and 3 of them have range, like, this might be the strongest overall melee weapon in the game. In Redux. Which is funny contrast to the Pearl we spent some time farming for today, being kind of ass. Just kind of ass. Like, the Fatebreaker claps cheeks. Fatebreaker might be sitting at the Salt and Battery table. Hey, a fusion. Fusion Fatebreaker? Need a better fusion for that. Like, with Alchemical Agent being applied by 4 instances of damage at once, and contagion chances for each of those, and then chance of the natural dot from the swing in each of the birds. We're getting a bunch of dot applications per swing. Do we go farm a fusion from Nightmare? 7.5 hours. Fatebreaker now worthy of its name? Yes. It's really good. This is the way. When you have to then get spell damage. There's some ways we can get some spell damage. We could pick up Nimble Fingers in the Stabbo tree. It's 8% per point. 24% spell damage without really deviating much. And like if we happen to get spell damage on the fusion itself, that goes in there. I have some spell damage from Myth rank. And that's only for the explosion. That's not for the dot. The dot is just gonna already be backstab in Wonderlands made possible by Redux. That is a great YouTube video idea. I don't YouTube though. Maybe. More like I'll probably just DM Moxie about it and like send him the save. He mentioned wanting to do a video like showcasing what you can do in Redux. Maybe be fun clickbait. Like your next short stream title. Toxic. Yeah, I'm currently using a a really well rolled Stormclaw. So like this, the debuff from Stormclaw is a unique bolt right now. But since I don't have area damage, if I get area damage on another armor, that's gonna function as a unique bolt. So I would only lose partial value, and then I'd be able to get the benefit of whatever other armor effect. So I would need a Claw Stabbo fusion with area damage and as many points in awe as possible. That's the goal right now. That'll work out to more damage. Well, less until fusion happens. And I know fusion's in need of fixing, but I'd like to have one for the concept. Drops fusion, Nightmare. So, not a difficult farm. You can pin Twitch comments now? Yeah, it's been a thing for a little bit. Twitch loves adding features that no one asked for. Okay, here's the deal, chat. Don't let me go past 9 hours, okay? I don't plan on going the full 9, but if I get to 9, like, don't let me, okay? Speaking of features no one asked for, Discord voice notes, real. Realize that actually pinned, the UI failed on my end. Of course it did. How are we gonna stop you though? Just tell me. Maybe I'll listen. No one asked for a good response thread conversation feature, right? I'll leave at 9:01. Only if you promise to do 9 hours again tomorrow. I can't promise that, but like, if I end up streaming Redux, we know I'm doing at least like 7. So when DDoS, the time resets. No, stop. I have Optimum. I have the same provider as K6. Don't jinx me like that. Stop streaming, I'll share Juice 10 Shadows Theory Crafting. I saw that link you sent me. It looks spicy. Anyone chat, no good place to find someone to trade with. Anyone chat willing to trade, just need it for the achievement. You can try the official Wonderland server. I think this link's there. Yeah, the second Discord server link there. I mean, you could try my personal server as well. It's just a much smaller pool of available people. There's like dedicated LFG channels over in official server. Thanks. Yeah, best of luck. Oh wow, I thought you phased, but no. You did not. I dislike co-op achievements in most of single-player game, although I partly understand why they're different Wonderlands. Yeah, I don't like anything that forces you to play with other people if you do not want to. I don't like that ever. I totally understand where you're coming from. Even though I understand, I don't like it. I am primarily a solo player in these games. When I want to play with friends, I will play with friends, but I won't ever do it if it's anyone's idea but my own. Chat, we've done more dedicated farming today than I've done in like the last 2 years. Maybe not the last 2 years, the last year. Because before Wonderlands, I did get stuck on an auto-idle farm for 5 hours and a black hole farm for 5 hours. So 10 hours for 2 items. We ain't broken that yet, but in the last year. Next will be signing up for the hunt. Ooh, that was a big throw. Finally a real Borderlands player. I felt that one in my soul. Well done. Redux OC changes a man. Almost went the whole day without hearing a OC joke. How? Teach me. Problem is some people actually think like that. Yeah, that's what makes it funny. Because it's such a terrible take that people will commit to with every fiber of their being, that the only thing we can do is laugh at it. Or else it would drive us insane. Because the only appropriate response to gatekeeping is ridicule. Far from the shadows for the next kill to highlight how much claw action skill versus Fate Breaker. We can do that. I'll be missing out on my weapon enchant, but sure. I'm down for that. Unlock till Tears Form. I wouldn't go that far. It's just like, if someone's entire design is to be an asshole, the best way to frustrate them is by taking none of it seriously. Then they'll just keep getting more mad. Game. I forgot to tiebreaker. Oopsie. Keep in mind, From the Shadows also gives you a damage penalty, and I definitely noticed that. Alright, let's do this properly this time. No From the Shadows. It's just the birds, now with the actual hit on top. Still good damage. What's my crit chance? It feels low. 58.5? It could be better, but... Take the FTS augment? I did not. I can't. You need to cap a tree and spend a skill point on an augment to get it. Which is good game design. There we go. There's damage. And we tanked through that because Fatebreaker. Throwing that again. I think we had just bad luck on the start of that fight last run. So hoping they find an actually fun way to do daddy farming in BL4 Wonderlands 2. I mean, I think the system is fundamentally... The system itself is the problem, but if they're gonna do it, more like this is good. We can just do this, because we swing fast enough that we're not gonna die. Yep. Fatebreaker going crazy. I don't want this to be a problem here. I play video games to escape reality. Yeah, like... Most people who pick up a game aren't looking to make that game their job. Now, sometimes that's not the case. Some people really like having something they can really grind out as an outlet. Some people are content creators, and some people really just enjoy the idea of checking off checklists. And that's all well and good. I'm okay with that as long as it is an option and not a requirement. That's my stance. If people want to make that the focus of their gameplay, sure, cool. Allow that to be an option. But allow other options too. Oh, that was spicy. You guys see that? We put the hammer at the feet, got some Fatebreaker birds out, hit it on the way back, hit it from the back with the hammer. That's a good ring. Take that. Bullet reflection. Fatebreaker is probably crazy against the Maker, right? Because shock, lightning versus ward mult. They are lightning, right? They look like lightning and sound like lightning. I didn't look to see if they're actually lightning. Isn't there wall ward full rings? Yes. Are you actually lightning? Yeah, you are. Okay. Yeah, there are wall ward full rings, and that's one of the stronger conditions. I think it's a 66% increase. which is one of the bigger ones. That's why I like BL3, getting loot just from playing. When it launched, I worked from 8 to 6 at 3 hours of playing if I wasn't too tired. Yeah, you got to actually play the game, and you didn't have to sink that playtime into fighting one enemy to get one of your 11 slots in this game. Like, options. Oh yeah, that's because your word's almost always full. Yeah, it's certainly an option. It's just keep in mind that I would be getting nothing when it's not full. I like Shark's Veins right now because they're smaller than some of the other ones we could be using, but we get that conditional damage bonus versus Sharks, which is nice, and it's a very easy condition to trigger. On a crit, we're doing that all the time. It's basically always boosted. It's 420 on 420. It's 620 on 420, but I like where your head's at. I imagine you will be celebrating the occasion, Nunu. It's time for that for sure. Control as well. Yeah, I do not. But feel free to take an extra for me. I just bought beer. Celebrated an hour ago. Let's go. Really feeling very nice. Good for you. Glad you're having a good time. What am I farming for? I legitimately forgot. Why am I here? I don't remember. Oh. Can't smoke over, need to catch up. Fusion. It's the Quag. Hey, Wenchosaurus, how you doing? It is a Quag. And Quag is apparently barely mentally present because he forgot what he's at this item, at this enemy for words. But it is most of a Quag. It's been a glitch where crabs don't spawn in Dragon Lord 2, like 4th stage crabs? Oh, DLC 2, like 4th. I don't know why I thought that was Dragon Lord. Yeah, that's a thing that can happen. I've had it happen like twice. Just like save quit and try the mirror again. Good, how you been in those days every day? I've been good. You know, ups and downs, but right now, enjoying. Not too much stressful on the plate. I can't complain. I could, but I don't feel the burning desire to complain, which is usually a good sign. You guys can hear that, right? A job took the stress off the old man. Ooh, what you doing? Something you enjoy, I hope? It's snowing again? Pain. Going back to watching Explore with us. Thanks for the help and content tonight. Hey, happy to provide. Hope to see you again sometime. Have a good one. Capetides. Capetides wouldn't provide anything here because, like, I'm using Tidebreaker. It would free up my spell slot, but then what would I be doing with my spell slot? I think it's more optimal to just get the soak this way. Working at deli now. It's nice. Keeps you busy. That sounds... I mean, depending on how much you have to deal with people, potentially relaxing. Potentially. Rack spell, of course. Point taken. Like, there's the kind of relaxation you get from getting lost in a task, but I have trouble doing that if I have to deal with enough people in, like, a service environment where I can't just tell people to get the fuck out immediately. Like, obviously here on Twitch, if someone pisses me off, I could just make sure they can't talk in the channel ever again. But, like, if you're working in a store or something, you can't really do that. Kind of medium, like the weird jobs like breading chicken and dishes. So I'm gonna do that a lot. It works out. Yo, GK, how you doing? Being the go-to odd jobs person, it's not a bad gig. Usually translates to job security. That's always good in this day and age, right? That was a good throw. How's everyone doing lately? Enjoying Redux and vibing with it. It just kind of feels like a new update sort of deal, you know? Enjoying build crafting. Streaming entirely too much because of it. This is gonna fuck up my sleep schedule. Because I'm probably gonna pass out after I'm done. But, oh well. Had lots of weird jobs, like to stay busy, don't care what I do. Hey, that just means you got no shortage of work, I imagine. So, works out. More power to you. Eaten yet? No, sir. I forgot. And now I don't feel like I need to. The urge passed. It's been almost 1/3 of a 24-hour stream. Listen. I can stop anytime I want to. We're playing rack stab. You expect me to stop? It's rack stab. So, like, where are the fusions? It's not addiction, it's dedication. Copium. Sister at the shop couldn't hack it, so they really loved me. That probably helps, yeah. Snowing here yet again, I'm over winter. It went from spring here to... We had, like, a couple of days of... just middle of summer, most miserable possible weather conditions. It was actually awful. Like, my PC was frying, my cats were not happy, it was so hot I couldn't sleep. And like 2-3 days of that, and then it went back to being cold. And I don't know what to do. I don't like weather. At least there wasn't snow, but like... Sit on a bag of ice. You'd like that, wouldn't you? What do you think, Kevin? Any opinions? You're just gonna Kevin? Okay, he's just gonna Kevin. Just want nice weather again? Yeah, I feel you. I feel you. If I had creative control, it would just be spring 8 months of the year, and then fall 4 months of the year. And that's it. New kitty? Ooh, new kitty. I sit on ice while I'm studying. Brain's flying, but my ass is cool. I don't know if you intended for that to be a flex, but like, I'm impressed. I don't know why I'm impressed. I feel like that says something about me. Livewire is a burst weapon. Oh, you can shoot it on its alt fire. Yeah, that's cool. Where'd the loot go? Oh, nothing of value. Okay, let's do 5 more runs. 5 more runs and then we'll call it. 5 more. Bean burrito. Amazing. 10 out of 10. I'm starting to get sleepy, chat. I need food and a nap. Countdown to hold you to that? Yeah. We'll just do 5 more. Last run, he says. Don't you accurately call me out. It's not polite. I missed. Yeah, that's on brand. Night's pizza night. Ooh, what we get on the pizza? I should get pizza. What am I eating? Alright, 4 more. Is Pagner Ellie locked to kinetic? Yes. Pretty sure. Make a white noise mixtape of just you talking. Feel like you'd be nice to listen to on the way to sleep. You know, I've gotten that a lot. I guess it's just because I don't know, drone a little bit. I guess that's the only way I can describe it. You guys know what I mean. This build's too cracked. It's so fucking good. Not boring, Jordan's relaxing. I'm glad you think so. Would you record for, say, an audiobook? Like, would you do it if I paid you and didn't hate the book? Yeah, I would. Like, I've thought about before getting, like, an actually good mic and searching for some voice gigs as a side thing. It's crossed my mind more than once. I have not read that one, Nunu. Definitely like that you're live this time of day, though. I can't do Twitch during the workday anymore. Way too busy at work. I feel you there. Yeah, I've just been live this time of day due to streaming way too long. Like, I've been starting the same time and just not ending. This fucker. See, Leg gets it. Leg's like, why are you live? Thank you for the 10 months, Leg. Game in Discord? I'm always down to hear about new literature.
He's on fire. You look like
This fucker.
Texas Speech so happy about it. 3 to go, call pizza place. Do I want to do pizza? I could do... No, I got sushi a couple times recently. I could do burger. I think I have burger. I could, like, grill myself some burger. Because it's kind of nice out today. Still got daylight. It works. I actually got to stop and say hello, and I'm glad. It's always good to see you, man. Now I've done all 4 versions of Chums, Imelda, and Fyodor. How much did you hate Imelda? Bad RNG on that run, I guess. So true, bestie. Let's see how Texas Speech is gonna handle this one. Do have to say, as hellish as work has been, it's been nice being in the end of stream. Hey, I'm glad to have you guys around. I wouldn't feel inclined to go this long if I didn't have you guys to chit chat to in the process. So I truly do enjoy it. How many do I have left? Last one? Okay. Thank you, Don. Is Texas Speech gonna try that?
he's on fire.
Oh, there we go.
You look like
JVJGXIGDOYGJGKFPNYGTFHDOGYGYHU 780,654,789 CHCJVHVHXMXJVJCJ.
I wasn't ready for the numbers. I wasn't prepared. Oh, that was too good. Thank you for the prime for the 21 months, OGK. I appreciate it. Even my game is like, stop. The load screens have just been getting longer. Alright, come on. Give us a fusion. We've gotten 0. Couldn't give us a sick beat. Fusion? Oh, well, that's 2 armors. Maybe one of them is opium. Lots those long load screens are normal for console. Unfortunately, they are. Does your TTS do alert noises for typing alert? I don't think so. Didn't set it up to do that. So we got 2 uniques. An armor that's not sourced from here, and another armor that's not sourced from here. Though that Deathless isn't bad. If you're doing a Claw Sabo Deathless gun build, that's, like, pretty good. Sure, I'll pick it up. Be weird not to. Hey, a rack spell. Anyway, so, yeah, I think that's it for today. We made rack stab. We made rack stab. Definitely gonna refine this build, mess with it more. Went and farmed how many pearls today? 2? We farmed 2. Pretty easy both times. Yeah, it's late enough in stream that alerts don't work. Sorry, control. Oh yeah, thank you everyone for hanging out. I appreciate it. Had a good time. Hope you did too. Thank you for all the subs and everything. Anyone live at this time of day? It's one of those that seem broken like Destiny has been since Lightfall dropped. I've heard just so many shit things about that. I am sorry that you as a fan are being put through what you're being put through over there. Ugh. Moxie's doing the thing. We rated Moxie twice in a row though. Cat is on. Mr. Steel is on as well. We haven't rated Mr. Steel. Let's go raid Mr. Steel. If you've got my emotes, feel free to do the thing with the thing. If not, that's okay too. David F. and Steele is another builds enthusiast, man of science when it comes to builds and whatnot, and just fun stuff over there. You'll enjoy. If you don't know, drop a follow, give him some love. He's playing some Redux as well. I'm gonna go pee, eat, and pass out, and I don't know which order that's gonna be in, so hope it's the correct one. Bye-bye, everyone. Thank you.
How'd I sell my lightning stab thing accidentally? Oops. Well, good thing I bought it.